Hello, hello, hello. I'm here again. I believe this is the first time I have ever done two streams in the same day, but I don't know if you can tell, but I'm kind of excited about this new game that I just got. Hopefully, the volume is all good. Um, yeah. Um, let's go through the formalities, I guess. Good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, whatever happens to be the time of day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and we're here to play Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader, um, which is a game that has just been released by Owlcat Studios, makers of Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. And in a similar vein of game, we have um, essentially a role playing game with some nice combat. Some, from what I've heard, there's some not exactly kingdom building, like more like a trade empire rather than a proper like empire. You get your own starship. You get to experience void combat. You get to go on missions with a bunch of interesting characters. And yeah, but without further ado, and let me take off my sunglasses. I just put them on because of the excitement. Um, without further ado, um, let's go and let's get our new game started. We as developers are always striving to improve our work. To do this, we need information that can understand game statistics and bug reports. Yes, I accept. Right. There is currently only the one scenario, which is the main story. I believe, from what I read, they had like a season pass available to purchase, which they already have two major story DLCs in the works. One of them, I believe, is going to focus more on like ship to like void combat and such things, and the other one, I believe, was basically focuses on what is the whole Imperium of Man wide reaching sort of calling them police does them a little bit of a like they're essentially, if you think of Judge Dredd, you're not too off. Like the Imperial, the Adeptus Arbites, being the second one, I believe, slated for December next year. But so coming back to what we actually have now, the main story. Take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the scion of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers. You'll find that we are entirely reputable people, not privateers, but I'll get to that. That reign over their trade protectorate and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of von Valancius, which is apparently our family, as it faces multiple threats from within its own ranks and without. Its countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of this shattered protectorate and forge a new path for the von Valancius dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high and rise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Coronases. Wow. That's the story starter. Let's see what we get. Right. So, difficulty. We got custom. We have a story, which is considered like the easy mode. There's the normal, which is, I believe, by the looks of it, enemies get -10 to their dodge percent chance. Party momentum gain 10 to 20%. Minimum damage dealt to enemies after reduction from armor and deflection. 2. Minimum damage dealt to enemies after reduction percentage. Right, so this is show skill test DC in dialogue, show skill test results in dialogue, so experience point. Right, alright. So this is normal, is the enemies are slightly weaker, the party is slightly stronger. So let's see what daring is. I believe daring daring looks to be... Show skill test DC in this setting allows you to turn the display of skill test difficulty and dialogue on or off. When the setting is enabled, you will see the level of difficulty the character needs to become when testing something. It'll help you better understand how such actions are. I mean, I'm definitely one of those people that, like, generally speaking, as if I'm like the DM in D&D, like, I don't tell the people like what the DC is to beat, generally speaking. Like, I might, as a slip of the tongue or something like that, that might happen, but generally speaking, I don't let that show. But we'll keep that on for now, as we'll just go with the default daring one. We could, if we just want to make this extra painful to us, like straight from the get-go, we could also go with hard. Yeah, I think, and obviously there's the unfair. So enemy stats are increased by 20. Enemy wounds are increased by 80%. Damage inflicted is increased by 20. After enemy dodge is increased by 20. Party's momentum at minus 25. Chances to hit. Yeah. 10%. Yeah. These modifiers include increase gradually up to the values above, reaching them by the end of the chapter. Yeah, I think we're just gonna stick with like daring. Apparently even daring is not recommended for players not familiar with the 40k Rogue Trader system. We're still gonna go with daring because I find that, like, I genuinely find that, like, it more interesting when things are balanced. We'll go with the daring difficulty. Yes, I will accept my fate. And if this happens to, if this makes me pull out my hair and rage quit at some point, sorry, but that's just that's how I roll, I guess. Listen, Rogue Trader and Rogue, also definitely not my favorite Rogue ever. Like, I have met, like, Rogues that had actually, like, nice personalities. Hell, I've played a couple of them even. Like there was this one, like, Fallen Ozimar Rogue that I played with, like, a fair while back, and, like, I like him better than, like, Asterion. Like, just no competition between the two. So, definitely not, like, my favorite, and shouldn't really be anyone's favorite Rogue. Like Asterion, that is. But yeah, Rogue Traders are I believe the term, like, they are using the definition of rogue that is not under control, rather than the dastardly cutthroat type of rogue when they say Rogue Trader. Yeah, we are not going to go with any of the pre-made characters. We've got 3 different options here. We are going to create a custom new character. So create your very own Rogue Trader from scratch. The possibilities are endless when it comes to customizing your character and choosing their homeworld, gender, and background. You can also choose from a wide variety of abilities and skills, such as combat skills, social skills, and technical skills. These abilities and skills determine how your character interacts with the world and what kind of challenges they can overcome. Finally, you can choose your character's archetype. Each archetype path offers its own unique set of opportunities and challenges, so choose wisely. With all these customization options at your fingertips, you can create a Rogue Trader that is truly one of a kind, and embark on an adventure unlike any other in the world of Warhammer 40,000. That is exactly what we could be. Right. So we have... I wonder if we change the portrait. Yes. So we have, like, they have several default portraits here, and we're not going to use a custom one. We're just going to use one of the default ones. And it actually creates, like, a rough facsimile of that person, like, in the actual character creator, as you can see, like this is the like, and you can even see like this is a nice feature. Like you get this sort of enlarged portrait as well when you hover over it, and then I mean, she looks like she means business. This lady here. And I mean, I do very much like already like what I see from the portraits. Like they have the same, like they definitely have the same sort of feel that they have in the two Pathfinder games. In the sense that like they're you like the art, the sort of the art type, like the art style, I guess. But I am like I definitely like these. I think they have managed to capture the 40K like sort of art style or like way of portraying things very well, because like this, like if you look at this portrait for example, right, in a lot of other like sci-fi, I feel like if you look at his breastplate, right, like you can see there that there's like an actual like crater where he got hit by a weapon of some kind, probably some kind of like solid slug that just like left a dent in the breastplate. Same thing on his like right shoulder pad, and like the blood, like the little blood stains on like the satchel that he has, or on his like at the top of his greave. Like I feel that those are the sorts of details that a lot of like sci-fi sort of art from other like other sort of universes that I've seen lacks. Like compared to like obviously like Star Trek and like Star Wars, like this is way more brutalistic, I guess, is the way I would describe it compared to that. And I do very much appreciate it. And I appreciate Owlcat Studios like keeping with this particular. So let's actually look at these portraits. We got I mean, hello. That like that is like also this is like something that I kind of never like it's a very unique sort of, how would you call it, like look, because like this is like her and him, like these are like the probably the default you are from the imperial nobility sort of background, right? And like I mean, it's not my aesthetic, I'll be honest. Like, it is definitely not my aesthetic of, like, putting this sort of, like, techno vibe, but, like, as you can see, like, on her face are, like, those, like, wires coming in and, like, going into her headdress, which probably are feeding some kind of information to, like to her in real time, like, of things, right? Like, combining that with what I would describe as a sort of, like, probably not like Victorian era, but maybe, like I wouldn't know, like I wouldn't know exactly. Like I'd probably place this in like the 17th century, probably 17th, 18th century, probably sort of look like not 19th century, maybe like at the early stages. But anyway, like that's sort of a like classical sort of puffed up noble look that they have, like, and like the puffy sleeves on this guy, like look at that, like look at the puffy sleeves with like the slits on them, like it's such a distinct sort of, I think you can get that I'm kind of excited about this game, but yeah, not my sort of like art style or art vibe, I'll be honest, but also like very distinct. I like very much 40K combination. Then we got what appears to be like these would be like if we go in order, these are the army, the imperial guard officer sort of look. These two. Then we got the commissar look for these two. Commissars being political officers who are like outside the regular hierarchy of the Imperial Guard, sort of like specialist attaché is how I would put, who have like who by the way just have the authority to pretty much go up to any Imperial Guardsman, be they high officer or the lowliest grunt, and go like, well, you just committed a an executable crime and take a pistol and shoot them there. Like that's the sort of power that they wield while within the Imperial Guard. Most of them, like especially the ones who keep doing that, don't generally live long, as far as we know. But yeah, that's the sort of vibe that these two folks are into. I would imagine that this is like these two portraits are like for the generic crime lord, like sort of maybe like a smuggler, maybe, or like an underhive sort of like gang boss type. Then we got, as said, like we have the nobility looking background here. This is for the Imperial Navy, like the void, like the space navy. These are theirs. I like for now, out of these portraits, I'm probably gonna go for him. Like I think he looks cool. Like I like the sort of blue dress uniform that he's got going on with him. Then we got we have the ecclesiarchy, which is the state religion, the absolutely massive church, I wouldn't say the only allowed religion within the Imperium of Man, because like there are, like, depending on which planet you're on, the God Emperor of Man, who the ecclesiarchy, like who is the god of the ecclesiarchy, like depending on which planet you are, the God Emperor could be like the literal the sun god almost, that like the wrathful sort of imagine like Jupiter or Zeus from like the ancient Greek and Roman, or he could be like more similar to what's his name? I can't remember but like more similar to the like a god of the underworld, or like somebody who gently sort of guides your soul to the afterlife, that is like a judge of the dead sort of character, like for D&D purposes, like Kellamwar, for example. Like Anubis from the Egyptian. Like it depends a lot on which planet you're from, how you like. There's no standard Imperial creed. The only standard in the ecclesiarchy is that the Emperor is the God Emperor of mankind, and that's all of mankind. So yeah, if you're human, you worship him, or you're a heretic. And if you're a heretic, you're gonna be dead. So just as a so yeah, like look at this guy. Like he I mean, like I feel she looks more disheveled. I feel she looks a little bit more like rose up from like the peasantry or the middle class, and like just took up the faith, like as a sort of like, she was so fervent in her belief that she picked up a weapon and started chanting holy war hymns, and that's how she got. But then you look at this guy, and like this, like he has the robes of what looks like an actual sanctioned like priest, like he looks like an actual clergy official. And then you strap a little bit of like plate onto the shoulders, in like and you strap on the rebreather, and then he has a goddamn two-handed chainsaw sword that he swings around. So yeah, it's like this is the sort of church that we're talking about when we speak of the ecclesiarchy. Then we've got like this look like sort of like they look kind of like hunters, I guess. Some like more, and like not in the I hunt to sustain myself and my family, but more as in the bigger the better. Like give me the thrill of the hunt, the sort of actual sort of like noble huntsman or like dedicated huntsman sort of type. Which, I mean, there are plenty of large beasties and different looking beasties and challenging beasties in the Warhammer worlds, like multiple worlds like that would be worthy of a challenge like this. And then I think like with those are like kind of the default ones depending on your background, I think. and then we have like more um potentially like more more ones that are thrown into the mix with like some idea of like the background. But like for this guy, for example, like he could be he could be anything really. I mean I mean I don't like he doesn't have the uniform to be like, but like again, like you have left that life behind by the time that you become a rogue trader. So it's not like you're sort of set to being like wearing the uniform that you used to wear, right? So like and same thing with like her. Oh, by the way, love like like her face. I feel like out of these like out of the choices here, right? I feel that hers is like the most unique face so far. Um, in that like And like now that I hover over this, I look at this and go like, yeah, yeah, that's like not what I was expecting. Like definitely not what I was expecting. Like the sort of broad, like massive shoulder pauldrons as well. Just like, huh. I don't know what to make of this. Like these could be background choices as well still, because like they are coming in like pairs of male and female for like backgrounds apparently. So but yeah, very cool looking. These look like traders of some kind. um that is a psyker, and that is a psyker. And that is an Astra Militarum or Imperial Guard. And that looks, huh, I can't place it. Like the sigil or symbol that he has on like that sort of like thing that like on his chest, like it looks familiar to me, but I cannot place it for the life of me. Right, but I think out of these portraits and out of these character types that we have seen, um yeah, I think this guy is gonna be it. Like I like the uniform. I like the medals. Like he's got the regality of it, but then he doesn't have the large overcoat on, unlike here, right? Like the thing that like this is in my opinion, this is more ceremonial like looking, because like with the great coat on and the hat, versus this is like somebody like he has them both, but he's discarded them as if he's like, okay, I'm getting like ready to go into combat. Like more practical sort of approach. So we're going with this. Um, let's see. I think the only thing that we're really going to change here is we're going to give him a shock of red hair. Otherwise, I think we give him any augmentation. That's like a steel brace for the jaw. Oh, that's the or any. No, definitely not. No. 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 Oh, that's no. 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 There no. I was hoping that there was like an actual. Maybe it's not on the augmentation. Maybe it's something else. Like an actual like eye. Those are eyebrows, beard. Those aren't actually eyes. I do think that we should probably have a little bit of a tattoo somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, I think a little bit of symbolism. That augmentation.
You didn't stand a chance!
What was that?
Macro cannons! Volley!
Okay.
The Emperor gave me a vision.
No, that's definitely too breathy.
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
This could be an opportunity.
Hmm.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
And heretic.
Empyrean, take this sacrifice. I will delight my masters with your demise.
Hmm.
Watch this spectacle unfold! Behold the wrath of madness!
All right. Any? I mean, I have a clear favorite. I think. I'm not sure. Clear favorite, but any thoughts on the voices?
A new challenge for me. I'll see you terminated. Something of interest. For the Emperor! Deliver their demise.
Lance batteries, volley! Engage the engines.
Whispers, guide my hand. Ruinous favor prevails.
Curiosity sings in my veins. Death's hand reaches for me.
Yeah, I think I have the voice. I think I have the voice picked out, but I'm curious as to if there were any that caught your attention. All right, pragmatic for Aelin. Yeah, I do think that unfortunately no special interface thing. I don't think with the with this game, unlike with Baldur's Gate 3. But yeah, I think
Time to reap the spoils of the battle. I'll make it happen.
yeah, I think pragmatic like bold mail does, and like bold and pious mail definitely have like their place if you like, depending on which kind of character you're going. But I think yeah, pragmatic mail out of like just by the voices, right? I think that's the one that I would prefer. Outfit setting. What? Those not available yet. Okay. Fair enough. Right. So that was. Then we got our first of the important choices, which is our home world. We have 6 of them to choose from. We have a death world. On death worlds, the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive force inimical? I have no idea how to pronounce that word. Well, that word to human life. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize, many death worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardiest and most resilient populations in the galaxy. Those tested and found wanting die young. So yeah, Death World kind of lives up to its name. There's one particularly famous Death World in the 40K universe. Like there are definitely several of them, and there are different types of Death Worlds. Like for example, there are definitely like frozen Death Worlds, which are Death Worlds because nothing actually, like almost nothing actually survives on the world, right? So like they are considered Death Worlds because like there are blizzards that will like just like flay a human alive even with like cold weather gear clothing if you get caught in it, right? Because there's like ice particles and that sort of thing in the air. And then but clearly, like definitely the most well-known of these Death World is the Death World of Katachan, which is like a jungle world taking up like not even to like 11, but I would argue that like Katachan has been taken to like 15 on a scale of 1 to 10 on like how deadly of a world is it? Because like one of the most docile creatures, like one of the only docile creatures, in fact, on the planet is it like a frog-like creature whose defense is the fact that nobody is going to eat it or even poke it, because if they do, it explodes, literally explodes in like a congregation of like acid strong enough to melt like actual spaceship hull. That's the docile creature of the planet, and every other plant, like every other animal, and like a lot of the plants as well, are like flesh-eating carnivorous things, which like grow to massive sizes, grow to like, or if they're small, they're very extremely agile and like very good at like camouflaging themselves. Like the world is so deadly that there have been invasions of the world where the human inhabitants of the world, who are, by the way, like, considering they're adept at actually surviving there, right? So they're some of the toughest guys you like around, right? For like when it comes to like combat and like that sort of stuff, because like literally every day for them is combat of some kind in a way. But yeah, there have been actual planetary invasions that have been beaten back by the planet, like by the natural flora and fauna, before like any of the planetary garrison could even get to the enemy. That's how deadly it is. So yeah. As for their characteristic modifiers, you get survival instinct as the thing that you get. So once per combat, when wounds, which is wounds equals HP in this game, of a Death World character drop below 30%, they gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds, so temporary hit points in D&D speak. Death World characters also gain plus 20% bonus to dodge and armor while they have at least one temporary wound from any source. So, yeah, they get plus 5 strength, they get plus 5 agility, plus 5 toughness, but they get minus 5 to intelligence, minus 5 to their fellowship. Fellowship can be considered like charisma kind of. It's like when you have been like a hardcore fan of the 40k world, like the universe and the lore, like for years on end. This is the sort of, and like that's kind of the thing that I'm also one of those people who, like, if I like something, I generally try to get my friend interested in such a thing. So I'm trying. I also very much have tried to sort of remember and memorize things that I think are like funny and interesting to someone who's like outside the usual fandom for it. So like I can present it like, well, what about this interesting fact about like the world? Are you interested now? Sort of thing. So yeah. But yeah, this, like, the things that you get out of this is very much the you go for a melee character. In this game, you have it'll become apparent later, but like the stats that you get, like there is both a weapon skill and a ballistic skill, which are separate from the strength and agility. If you think of like agility as the dexterity equivalent, right? And strength is strength in D&D. But there's also a separate stat called weapon skill for melee combat and ballistic skill for like ranged combat. So, but like with the strength and agility and toughness, as well as the survival instinct, like getting plus 20% bonus to dodge and armor if they have temporary wounds from any source, like just as a base, and then having that like extra buffer of once they drop to 30%, they just automatically gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Like this, like a Death Worlder definitely is geared towards like a melee sort of character. These down here, the talents, are things that like when you level up, you can pick these, and these are like, I'm pretty sure that these are not all of these are unique. I think to like the homeworld that you have. Like you get, like I think for example, like trusty weapons is something that you like other characters can pick as well. But like these are just talents that you unlock as possible things to level into just by taking the death roll. So we got brutal hunter, critical hit chance against targets with bleeding or with 50% or less of their maximum wound. Every injury increases the Death World character's agility and willpower by 5. Tenacity, once per combat, when a Death World character is suffering from the stun, blinded, or immobilized, this condition is ignored, and they instead gain plus 20% temporary wounds to their maximum wounds, like just making them still super tanky. Trusty weapons, gain plus 1 to critical hit chance for axes, hammers, and last weapons. A lifetime of scars, take toughness bonus, less damage from flame, toxic damage, and bleeding. So, like, this is like, if you want to, like, this is one like very much like a melee bruiser. Like, you can definitely go for a more agility type melee character as well, but definitely melee oriented for the death. Then we got Voidborn. Yeah, as I said, it is a thing. Like, I feel that it's something that, like, one of the things that kind of, like, I got hooked into 40K because, like, I think I was like a target, like decent target audience for them by default, right? But one of the things that I did notice, like when I started the hobby, was that the people who like were in the hobby and like were doing the hobby stuff, right? Like, they didn't really know how to market it. They didn't really know how to sort of like try to spread it around. Right? Like, that was one of the things that I felt, and like that's why I like when I learned of 40K and Warhammer and like other Games Workshop stuff, I was like, why have I never heard of this? Like, why have I never heard of this like super amazing sort of like extensive world, right? Or these stories, these factions, all of that. And one of the things is that, like, I mean, it's niche hobby still, like it's gained some popularity as of like lately, but like it's been more outreaching as ever. But like, one of the reasons I feel is because, well, they're like still the people who actually hobby aren't like haven't really been doing, I guess, like what would you call it, like they haven't really been doing a lot of outreach like recently, but they're getting better at it, so like that's good. Anyway, back to, so we got Voidborn. Voidborn are humans birthed in the belly of a void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Those who have lived their lives on void ships become inured to some extent due to the reality-altering process of warp travel and to living in low or zero-gravity environments. In many cases, their features are drawn and their skin pallid. They may even have minor deformities or strangeness to their speech, gait, or general appearance that sets them apart from others. So your feature for being Voidborn is that a Voidborn character can reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test with a 20% chance of success. So it's just like, I don't think there's any way to increase that. There might be, but like, it is just oh, you failed. Here, have a 20%, here, have a reroll, but you only have a 20% of chance of succeeding. But like, what a feature, because it doesn't say that you can only do this like up to your proficiency bonus if this was like 5th edition. It's just any, right? Additionally, any enemy dodge or parry against a Voidborn character has a 20% chance to fail after a successful roll. So not only do you get to reroll failed stuff for yourself, right? Enemies who manage to dodge or parry, so therefore like nullify the damage that you would do, also have to reroll, and then they like have a 20% chance of just like, oh well, you didn't actually succeed. Very strong feature, like, I feel. The characteristic modifiers, less than on the Death World. You get +5 to willpower, you get +5 to intelligence, and you have -5 to your strength. So intelligence is mostly, as you can see here, is like, it is very sort of equivalent, I feel, to intelligence in D&D, in that like it like arcana, history, religion, those sorts of things, like the same skills are really like, or the same sort of areas are where intelligence is used in this game as well. Like the one major difference is that Medicae, which would be medicine for D&D. Like medicine is a wisdom one for D&D, versus here it's intelligence. And willpower is pretty much what I would consider the anachronistic sort of count of wisdom for D&D 5th edition. And yeah, as you can see, it says that like it reflects a character's ability to withstand the horrors of the warp, the terrors of space, and the dreadful opponents that they're bound to encounter. So essentially, like, think of like fear effect is what willpower is for. And yeah, the psychers, which are the kind of anachronistic to casters in 5th edition. The psychers use willpower as their, like, all of them, I believe, use that as their sort of like their main stat. So yeah, willpower is one of those that, like, I've seen, like, at least some people say that, like, if you aren't gonna go be a psyker, you can just dump willpower. But I also feel that that's not exactly what I want my character to do, because heroically resisting the heretic witch or the chaos sorcerer or whatever, like, that seems like something that I want my character at least to be able to attempt, right? So as for talents, bloody mess. Anytime a Voidborn character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance to double the damage. Just all right. Voidborn character has 20% chance to survive after. Okay, be smart. Anytime an ability or talent uses fellowship bonus, a Voidborn character can instead use intelligence bonus if it is higher. Additionally, Voidborn characters can always upgrade intelligence even if their archetype does not allow it. Contagious Luck. Using a non-damaging ability on an ally grants that ally the ability to reroll any failed attack dodger. Okay, so basically, yep. Using a non-damaging ability on an enemy grants them a 20% chance to fail a successful dodge or parry test against any character. Okay, and Jinx. While a Voidborn character has more than 50% all chances of all creatures, including enemies, in a 3 are increased by 10%, while Voidborn has less than 50%, all chances of all creatures, including enemies. Okay. So when you're full HP, you're better at succeeding, and when you're lower HP, you make other people fail around you in a round. All right. This seems fairly strong in like the talent is like, do you feel lucky, punk, is like the sort of thing that I was immediately thinking about here. In like, okay, it's just like it is a numbers game, and at the end of it, and you're putting additional numbers into the game and hoping that they go in your favor. Which is why I'm not gonna be taking the Voidborn, because like I feel that sometimes I am so unlucky that if I actually bought a cemetery, people would just stop dying. So we're not doing that. Then we got a Hive World. A Hive World's population is so dense that great swaths of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan cities bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Hive Worlds are vital to the welfare of the Imperium and are the beating heart of its economy and war machine. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies in vast manufactories, mine valuable minerals, and refine fuel for the Imperial Navy. Innumerable regiments of Astra Militarum are raised from their massive populations. So Hive World, just as a world, is like, imagine the biggest city that you've ever been, right? Like, just like the most densest city that you've ever been. Like imagine the most tightly sort of packed like area that you've ever been in, like in terms of population number. At least triple that, and then apply that to an entire planet. like not the entire planet is generally on a high world is not a single city, but it is like it has like maybe like half a dozen just cities whose like the singular city has like a population in the billions, right? That single city on that one. So yeah. And as they note, like you get a lot out of a high world. You get there's just a bunch of people there, so obviously the military is gonna like it's a great source of manpower for them. It's got a lot of like manufacturing abilities. So long as you can get the raw resources there, like they can do a number of tasks. Like there are the next type of world is something that's a little bit more specialized in that, but like high worlds generally, like what they manufacture are the more basic things in the life, like more basic electronic, more basic tools, more like whatever. And they produce them in large quantities because again, the Imperium is vast, like vast. It's a galactic empire after all. So like there's a lot of stuff that a lot of people want and need that needs to be made, and high worlds are one of the major things that do it. Obviously in the one bad thing, well, several bad things about the high world. If you're claustrophobic, you're kind of just and if you don't like people, you're also kind of just not gonna have a good time. But like the worst thing about high worlds is genuinely the fact that they rely on things not going wrong in the food supply system of the Imperium, and that's by no means a guaranteed thing because there are a lot of things that could go wrong in this food supply, whether it's a cleric like a cleric made an error in counting and put the decimal in the wrong place, and now you're shit out of luck because like, well, the food production didn't match what was actually needed. There's also the fact that like, you know, piracy is a thing. Both human pirates and alien pirates are like, and like, what are some of the probably the least guarded things in the world? Well, these massive like barges that are just have food in them. And unfortunately for, you know, people living on high world and generally the Imperium, a lot of pirates are just like in it for the boom, in it for the killing. So like they don't care that like the food shipment isn't valuable to them. Like they don't get much out of that food shipment, but like they'll gladly just blow it out of the sky because haha, funny noises and like bright colors. So but yeah, so and like obviously then there's the, you know, the endemic corruption and like the nobles being like, oh well, the workers in the factories have been super snoozy as of late. Like they even wanted a second 15-minute break in their 16-hour workday. Can you believe that? The gall. So, well, you know, starve them out a little bit, thin their numbers a little, teach them a little lesson about how the Imperium works, and voila! So yeah, a lot of things can go wrong if you're a high worlder. But I mean, the one saving grace of a high worlder is because of the fact that there's a lot of people, and because the Imperial Guard, which is the ground troops of the Imperium, like the most numerous ones anyway, they know that they need a lot of people, and they need a lot of people all the time. So if you're really desperate, but you're on a high world, you can generally just like find yourself a recruiting station, say, hello, I would like to sell my life in the service of the Imperium, and they will give you a handshake. They will tell you that you've done a great thing for the Imperium, and then they will probably sock you in the face, knock you unconscious, and throw you in like a containment hold with like hundreds of others of your kind, and you'll be shipped somewhere to get basic training and equipment, and then you're off to war, where your like chances of survival depend mostly on luck and the whim of like alien gods. So you take it as things come, right? As a servant of the fervent servant of the Imperium, right? So the feature of the High Worlder, like getting back to the game rather than random tangents that I'm going to get on, is strength in numbers. So the High World character gain +1 plus their fellowship bonus divided by 2 amount of resolve if there are 3 or more creatures, allies, or enemies in a 3-cell radius. But they also suffer a -2 penalty to their resolve if there are no creatures at all around. I mean, obviously, not knowing how useful resolve is, like not really having that understanding at the moment. I can't tell you. Like, this seems like, compared to the Death Worlder and the Voidborn, this seems definitely weaker in that regard. Typical Tuesday. Yeah, absolutely. Right, but the characteristic modifiers are Fellowship and Agility, but you lose Willpower. So Fellowship is like, I guess, like you enjoy having people around, or you've at least accustomed to the fact that there are a lot of people around. So you need to learn how to live with that. So you can negotiate with other people better. And Agility is you're in a cramped corridor all the time. You kind of, like, if you're not the biggest person there, you kind of need to learn how to dodge other people. And then Willpower is just, yeah, I guess you're, like, you've lived a dreadful life, so you don't really have a, like, I mean, you'd think that it would build character or whatever, but, like, Right, so the following talents: Camaraderie. High-world characters can pass Willpower resistance tests using their Fellowship value instead, if the character's Fellowship is higher. Okay, reasonable. Then we have Outnumber. If the High-world character has melee superiority against the enemy, the effect is increased by +10. If an enemy has melee superiority against a High-world character, the effect is decreased by -10. So in melee combat, as it says, any target surrounded by more allies than enemies receive a +10 to their weapon skill bonus for each additional ally. Larger creatures need to be surrounded by more than 2 enemies to provide this advantage to the attacker. So basically, gang up on people is in melee combat. Gang up on people, and that, like, basically knock them down and have you and like 3 of your buddies kick them while they're down. Like, that's the way to win combat. And Outnumber both protects you, both protects you from that fate, as well as makes you better at kicking them while they're down or outnumbering. So useful, very useful. Weapon personalization. All ranged weapons dealing physical damage have +1 damage, +5% armor penetration, +1 rate of fire, and -5 to recoil. I think, like, this is I think this is good as far as like I can tell. Like, this is, I feel that this is super good in the sense that like I get that, like, +1 damage and like +5% armor penetration and +1 rate of fire and -5 recoil. Like, that might not sound like a lot, but I'll be like, a lot of the talents that are available is like, there was like a heavy one that just gives you +2 damage, and it gives you something else on top of it, and that was considered, like, if you're using heavy weapons, like, you have to, right? So, like, weapon personalization definitely seems like one of the strongest talents. Helping Hand. If a High-world character starts their turn adjacent to an ally character, that High-world character gains +2 movement points, right? If a High-world character ends their turn adjacent to allies, they all gain +2 movement on their next turn. Alright, so Helping Hand is literally just gotta go fast, but also applying that to your friend, which is nice. Not sure how much difference 2 movement points can make, but like, it definitely doesn't sound like, especially the last one. If you're kind of cluttered, then like it can give you, like, especially at the start, like if you're kind of cluttered together and then you get +2 to movement on everybody, it seems pretty good. And then Fresh Start. High-world characters gain a +50% bonus to dodge against the first attack of opportunity every round. Okay, and attacks of opportunity are the exact same thing as they are in 5th edition. Which is like, Fresh Start seems a little... Alright, High World. Then we got Forge Worlds. So, Forge Worlds. are the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus, which I know, Aelin, is one of your favorites, and you love them to bits. All of those goody people that you've met over and that you've been told over the years from the Adeptus Mechanicus. So you'll like this one. Entire planets ceded to the demands of vast macro industries. Each is a manufacturing super complex of unimaginable capacity and power. Over the millennia, different forge worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. These are often colored by the technologies they specialize in manufacturing. The bulk of the forge world's population is utilized as a labor force, while the fortunate few may be inducted into the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. So, the Adeptus Mechanicus is an organization, a religious organization that concentrates itself and all of its efforts towards technology, the hoarding of technology, and the recovery of lost technology in particular. Innovation is a bit of a no-no word in the 40K universe, as the sort of creed or the sort of mentality of a lot of the Imperium and the Adeptus Mechanicus is that everything that was good, like every good technology that has, like, that you could think of, has already been invented in the past, and it's just been lost somewhere along the way, which is an interesting look at technological advancement, question mark. But that is, the Adeptus Mechanicus is technically not, like, part or subservient to the Imperium of Man, but, like, the two are so entangled with each other, like, because, like, the Imperium of Man needs the Adeptus Mechanicus to, like, maintain their fleets of warships. They need them to, like, produce all of the different, like, their warp drives. They need to produce all of, like, the warp drives which allow, like, faster than light travel. They need them for their arms industries, like anything that's like actually more complicated to build and maintain than, like, your average, like, anti-personnel gun and maybe like some lighter machine gun like that. Like, it all grand scale sort of production of anything, like, more complex than the very basics is done by the Adeptus Mechanicus. And the Adeptus Mechanicus requires the rest of the Imperium to, one, like, generally speaking, they need them to provide the raw materials that they need to manufacture all of that stuff, and they need the Imperium's, like, the protection of both the Imperial fleet and the Imperial armies. They have armies and fleets of their own, which they mostly dedicate to. I think, like, most of them are called either. I think they're called exploration, or, like, they're either exploration or expedition fleets. So the idea is that, like, the explorator fleets, I think they're called, like, they go out into the galaxy in search of like, colonizable planets, both for, like, raw materials and just otherwise habitable to human life, as well as trying to recover those lost pieces of technology. Like, we're not talking they're sending, like, a couple of scout ships or, like, a colony ship out there. We're talking actual massive, like, military fleets capable of conquering planets. And, like, as I said, the Imperium of Man is not one of those, like, you should know that it's not one of those, like, soft touch types of, like, galactic empires. So if they, like, happen to come across like, an alien civilization that inhabits a planet that a human can live on, they will, generally speaking, they will, like, appear over the atmosphere, like, appear into the atmosphere of the planet. They will tell the aliens that they are aliens, therefore they are unworthy of living in the galaxy, because the galaxy is humanity's, and humanity's alone, Therefore, they will be purged, and after the aliens have been like plastered all over the walls of their cities and like onto the ground, and potentially also lodged into the atmosphere. After that is done, they don't even like they'll commence with the cleanup, and like the first citizens of the Imperium to start colonizing the world are probably there before the blood splatters have even been cleaned off. So. Yes, I am. You're very much correct there. The Children of the Omnissiah is a track from a previous 40k game called Warhammer 40k Mechanicus, and it is one of my favorite soundtracks ever in a game or a movie or whatever. And if I could, I would have it be my personal theme song, but I can't. So that's that. But like, it's Children. I mean, and there are other bangers in there as well. So don't like if you're into that sort of music, like definitely should check out that like the OST for the Adeptus like Warhammer mechanics. But yeah. Right, back to the Forge Worlds. So yeah, all Forge Worlds, as far as I'm aware, are part of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and like they are, if you imagine, like we were talking about how high worlds are like worlds that have like half a dozen, potentially more, like just super cities, and that is literally just the planet. Like that is what covers most of the planet. Forge World, they have similar sized just manufacturing plants, like that pollute the air, that just grind every last resource that they can get to on the planet and off the planet into, like, they reshape it, mold it, and like craft it, right? And then obviously, because it's a religious organization, there's also priests. Like the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus are watching every step of the way, because when you make a gun, every like piece that has a purpose, right? And it has to be at all times be done in the correct way, with the correct chance, with the correct amount of incense in the air, and the correct amount of reverence shown for it to work properly. And that's what the Forge Worlds are. They are a combination of like massive machinery forges, like factorium, and then you just layer a heavy dose of just religious fanaticism and church on top of that looks over every aspect of life. And just as a note, like one of the things is like there are brochures to other imperial planets, like other imperial citizens, where they tell you that, hello, would you like to escape the current toughness of your life? Sell yourself to the Adeptus Mechanicus. You can come and work on a Forge World, and that guarantees you it guarantees you housing, it guarantees you food, it guarantees you you're always like a job, you're never gonna know poverty. And like how it works is that, like, depending on which job you decide to go for, because like a lot of these jobs will require like some level of augmentation to make you effective, and potentially also just be able to survive the job in the first place. But like, for example, I remember there was like a brochure for one where it says like, if you go for the one where 70% of your body needs to be augmented, you'll be able to pay it off like several decades, or like in several decades faster than you would on a regular job, because it's a highly valued and therefore highly like high sort of how would you call it, like high importance that we get these jobs done, right? So yeah, if you're like happen to be on a high world and there happens to be a Forge World nearby, if you don't want to know the oppression and depression of starvation among billions of other people who are similarly oppressed and depressed and starving, you can sell yourself to become more metal than man, and after like 50 years of working like an extremely hazardous and potentially also monotonous work, you'll be done paying for that, and then you're set for life. Unless you've incurred any other costs, such as repair costs, maintenance costs, upgrade costs, similar things, and then you'll maybe have to work a little longer. But yeah, so the Forge World, coming back to the actual game, gives you +5 intelligence, +5 toughness, and -5 fellowship. And like, this is fairly reasonable. The reason why this is because you, like, as you can see, you might have noticed this one doesn't have like an actual, like, the Forge World, unlike say the High World, doesn't have a feature given to you at the very start. And that is because there are 3 different features that you can choose from if you choose Forge World. And what this basically means is that intelligence, like, because the Adeptus Mechanicus is like, it prevails itself as the technological sort of mastermind of the Imperium of Man and like humanity as a whole. Like, that's where the intelligence comes from. The toughness comes from the fact that, like, again, if you're from a Forge World, you probably replaced at least some bits of your organic form with metal. And the fellowship comes from the fact that, like, because the Adeptus Mechanicus like considers themselves to be like utmost purveyors of logic and reason, they don't really understand or see it necessary to understand people as people. So not very charismatic folk. Like, they can give you a logical, like, and they can give you like they can counter, like, give you probabilities of, like, if you go and ask that girl out, what are the probabilities of each like sort of outcome in the most logical sense of the word, right? There's probably like 0.005% chance that you will open a portal to hell and you'll damn the entire planet. So maybe you might not want to know that, but they'll tell you anyway. But like, they probably won't be able to tell you what kind of sweet honeyed words that she would like to hear, if, like, for her to want to go on a date. So that's the sort of the characteristic modifiers there. For the talents, they are very sort of combat focused talents, most of them. Pinnacle of Weaponry, the first attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon, which are like rare weapons in the sense that, like, your average citizens will never see one of these weapons because they're so rare. Like, most will probably see like a regular gun at some point in their life, but like, this is something that specialist training is required for to use any of these weapons, and they're valuable in quotation marks, because like, what's valuable for the Imperium is like, it's a numerical value of, like, a power sword has a numerical value of 3 on the scale of value that stretches to 10,000, and a human life has, like, depending on who you ask, is like 0.5, like, on average, probably. So there's that. For the remainder of the combat, the bonus damage, so you get to do an additional damage equal to your intelligence bonus, and then for the remainder of the combat, the bonus damage is decreased to your intelligence bonus half, which, like, Pinnacle of Weaponry, still very good. Like, I feel that this is a very powerful talent. Fires of the Forge World characters gain plus toughness bonus deflection against the burning effect and flame weapons. So deflection is basically, if you have the heavy armor mastery in 5e, which is like, you decrease damage that you take from, like, slashing, piercing, or bludgeoning from non-magical sources, you just flat out decrease that damage. It's not resistance, but you just decrease it. Deflection works the same way. Like, you can decrease the damage you take by having more deflection. So, but only against burning and flame weapons, it's kind of... Persistence of the Forge World characters gain a stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. Successful critical hits from a single target attack increase the hit chance and dodge reduction by 20%. And, like, this is very good if you're like I feel that this is one of those like you're not you don't want area of effect guns like a flamer for this or like a spray and pray kind of gun, but if you're going for either like some kind of like marksman rifle or if you're just going for melee like just heavy-handed like two-handed melee weapon like Persistence of the Forge just means that you're more likely to just whack people or hit people, so seems very good. Steel of the Forge. While wearing heavy armor, Forge World characters gain 1 movement point, +1 deflection, and cannot fall prone. I think this is pretty good. Like for a tanky character, this is pretty good. I again like the movement point is like how much is that really going to be necessary? But like +1 deflection and you cannot be knocked prone like by any means is pretty good. And then calculated relations. Forge World characters can use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. So, they will out-logic. They will logic their way into being persuasive or like being intimidating or coercing you, or just like when doing trade. So useful definitely if you go for the intelligence. Then we have the Imperial world. God, we're not even past the home world yet, and we've been at it for a little while. So, an Imperial world is one of a million planets united by the belief in the immortal God Emperor. Hailing from hyper-technological societies to grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the master of humanity and the Imperial Creed espoused by his servants. The designation Imperial World encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are, nevertheless, part of the Imperium. So an Imperial World is, like, compared to all of these other ones, is like, it's the default designation, right? Like, it is the, like, a lot of worlds fall under this. Like, agri-worlds, which are, mostly for the production of foodstuffs. Like, there are shrine worlds, which are for, you know, ecclesiarchal, like religious business. There are even like graveyard worlds, like purely to bury like humans from across the galaxy, right? Like give them the correct burial ceremonies and all of that. So like Imperial World is like the default, like it is just any world in the Imperium, aside from the aside from the Forge worlds, which are technically not part of the Imperium because they're part of the Adeptus Mechanicus, but you know the details. Imperial world is pretty much any world that humanity is in control of, or the Imperium is in control. So the feature of the Imperial world is humanity's finest. Imperial World characters can select any characteristic aside from weapon skill or ballistic skill and just add a flat 10 bonus. And then they have the following talents. Ready to serve. When an Imperial World character is affected by an ally's non-damaging ability or affects an ally with such an ability, their resolve is increased by their fellowship bonus halved for 1 round. Okay, again, don't really know how useful resolve is, so don't really know how good that is. Better to die for the Emperor, which is like, again, 40k has like the best talent and skill names and like ability names, whatever you want to call them. It's just goes so hardcore with them. But better to die for the Emperor than live for yourself is the I believe the whole quote. So while under 40% wounds, Imperial World characters gain +1 bonus to all characteristics and +2 to resolve, which is like massively good. Like massively good if you're like the main tank and you're expecting to get like hit below the 50% threshold a lot. No heresy. Imperial World characters gain 10% critical hit chance and 10% armor against Xenos or demonic creatures, which is like probably a lot of things that we're going to be fighting fall under those two categories. Their allies gain half the bonuses of no heresy. However, Imperial World characters lore Xenos and lore Warp are always 0. So basically the Imperial World character rejects all knowledge all understanding of aliens and the warp, the immaterium, as it like entirely heretical. Uh, Therefore, gains a lot of bonuses, but doesn't know jack shit about them. Doing my part. If no other character in the current party has the same archetype as this character, the first use of any abilities from this archetype costs 1 action point less. Okay, I mean, reducing the action point cost of things is probably good. Like, I feel that that's probably good. The real question is that, like, you kind of then have, like, you can't double up on what you're trying to do. Like, you can't have 2 characters of the same archetype, which is, like, maybe something you want, maybe something you don't. So, could be situationally pretty good, but don't really know. Like, I'd need to actually get into the combat to know how valuable, like, -1 ability is. Stronger together. All allies, excluding Xenos, in the current party gain +5 to the same characteristic as was chosen for humanity's finest. So, not only can you get yourself +10 to one of your characteristics with humanity's finest, once you get this, you get give +5 to everyone else. And, like, if you chose toughness, then you're just like, hey, here, have everybody gets more toughness because they're around me, the exemplar. So, yeah, pretty nice. Again, as I said, like, the Imperial world is, like, the default when it comes to probably, like the characters. Like, this is the you can go anywhere with this really choice. And then last but not least, we have the Fortress World. Fortress worlds are planets where the entire populace is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day that they may be called upon to defend the Imperium, a charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier, trained to fight from the moment they can handle a weapon. So yeah, fortress worlds are like a logical necessity when it comes to, like, when it comes to the world of like the Imperium of Man, and they're often situated like pretty much in like this sort of confluence point of like warp lanes, which are like known routes through the Immaterium that are generally stable. So like a lot, like getting there is like using these routes is it's easier to navigate using these routes and going through these particular pathways than any other way, or just like literally just wild jumping, which is horribly dangerous. But yeah, fortress worlds are often established in like these sorts of like crossroads, sort of choke points, and yeah, like how better to make yourself a fortress than to make an entire planet a fortress? And we're talking like all of like pretty much all of the living quarters like are underground, and like they're essentially just bunkers with a different name. They have like orbital shielding that could affect pretty much the entire planet. Like they have major amounts of like batteries both on the ground, and they probably have space stations with like orbit like batteries of weapons, like again like for anti-ship warfare. And as said, the entire populace is a soldier. Like aside from those who are either too old, too wounded, which is like again like probably like there are very few circumstances where you will ever be considered too wounded to be of no help to the Imperium of Man in a war situation, right? So pretty much either the two young are the only people who aren't soldiers on one of the on a fortress world. Like even the people who do like the clerical work of like all of the ammunition stocking, like even they are soldiers. So the most famous of these being Cadia. Sad story, that. This is like the Rogue Trader is definite. Like there is a tabletop RPG game by the same name, and this game is like I'm not sure how many like how many they have like changes they've potentially made to it, because I haven't played the Rogue Trader, the tabletop RPG. But yes, this is if like it's not a carbon copy of it, but it is at least heavily inspired and follows most of the same rules of it. Yes. Right. So coming back to the Fortress World, the feature you get is never stop shooting. Each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, they gain plus 10 stacks of never stop shooting. At the start of their turn, there is stacks of never stop shooting percentage chance that the first attack this round costs 0 action points and will not count towards the attack limit per round. If this effect triggers, all the stacks are lost. So basically, you get like plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, and when it procs, it goes to 0, and then like the next attack is just like a freebie for you this round. That's like, I feel that's probably, that's like, this is like, I would, out of the features here, I would probably say that this is like, if you go for the specific build of I'm gonna shoot stuff with my gun, like this is probably like, this is a specialist feature, but this is probably the best specialist feature that we've seen. And like, I just feel that like this is just, again, like depends on, again, the value of of action points, but like I feel that this is super strong, like just by like my limited understanding of the game mechanics. The characteristic modifiers you get are perception and willpower. Perception, as it says, it affects your awareness, or which is like initiative, and it also reduces enemy dodge chance against your attack. Like so, like perception, like for someone who wants to be a marksman, perception and agility are probably like the two that you want to boost. So this is very good. Willpower, Fortress Worlds, again, like they are like essentially the people who come from Fortress Worlds are like, they are drilled like disciplined from a very, very young age to be a soldier, right? So they have they have been honed, they have been trained, discipline has been instilled upon them, and that's why they get the willpower. They don't get the fellowship because you don't really need fellowship in like a very strictly martial hierarchical setting as much. Like obviously if like your leader can inspire you like that, like which in like fellowship would be the stat for, like that's great. But when you don't have to rely on that ability, when you can just like everyone around you, like you look at their shoulders and you see the rank pin, and depending on like if their rank pin is higher than you or not, you'll know whether or not you have to listen to them. So coming from a world that is so strictly militaristic does mean that fellowship kind of atrophies, right? So that's why the -5 is there. Surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, I should say, I'm gonna assume that most of these are like, these are very combat related. Combat Addict. Fortress World characters gain +7 to ballistic skill, perception, and willpower while in combat. Yet while out of combat, their intelligence, fellowship, perception, and willpower are decreased by 7. Don't think that's worth the trade-off, I'll be honest. Hail of Steel. Each round, Fortress World characters gain a stacking plus 1% bonus to dodge against ranged attacks for each shot they made during this round. Also, the burst attack grants an additional +10 stacks of never stop shooting. Okay. Seems a little weak. But again, like, I'd have to actually know what the combat looks like later on. Like, this very much feels like a thing where, like, at the higher levels, this might be, like, excellent. Spare magazine. Fortress World characters' first reload in combat costs no action points to do. Reloading a weapon grants an additional +10 stacks of never stop shooting. This is just... This is just absolutely like super good straight from the get-go. Like, you get a free reload, which means that like if you're going for the spray and pray model of using this, like they're probably really good. And like plus 10 stacks of never stop shooting is just like an additional, just like, here, have your cake and eat it too. Like, spare magazine, super good, I think, at the at the start. Familiar kickback. At the end of their turn, Fortress World characters gain stacks of never stop shooting equal to half the minimal damage of the most damaging ranged weapon they used this round. Okay, so this is like this is what, like, okay, if you have a heavy, if you're bringing the big guns, this helps you with the never stop shooting as well, which is like, if you're bringing the big guns, you definitely want to proc never stop shooting as much as possible. So yeah, seems fairly strong. Never stop believing. When all stacks of never stop shooting should be lost, they become willpower halved number of stacks instead. Additionally, a Fortress World character may upgrade their willpower characteristic even if their current archetype does not allow it. Yeah, this just seems like super good and gives you a reason to like buff willpower, which is maybe you might not want to, because like you'd rather buff perception and agility probably more, but like seems decent if nothing else. Good God, we're through them. And now, dear viewers, I will give you a moment to guess which one I will be choosing out of them. And yes, I'm well aware that I probably babbled on long enough for you to have forgotten what the first and second one, but potentially even the third one, like what they all were and what they did. So just consider this a little bit of fun on what, like, which one you guessed that I'm going to do. All right. I assume that everyone who's wanted to has locked in their guess, even if they haven't typed it down yet. So the one that I'm going to go for is Forge World. And the reason being, the character that I'm going to be thinking of creating is going to be... I'm pretty sure that he's going to be a melee bruiser of some kind. So, out of the three that you can choose from for the Forge World, when it comes to their feature, subskin armor is what I'm going to be looking at. And so what they can get is 5 plus 2 times toughness bonus of armor. And they also get bonuses for wearing heavy armor. So that is what I'm looking to achieve as fast as possible. Gain access to heavy armor and be able to wear heavy armor. Really make myself, like, tanky. And then we have the second step of our character creation process, which is we get to choose which of the 7 origins we have. We have Astra Militarum, otherwise known as Imperial Guard Commander. So we're talking an officer of the army. A Commissar, which is again political officer, kind of like a sideways step to the Astra Militarum Commander. We have Prime Lord, which is fairly, I feel like, fairly descriptive when it comes to like what it is. Prime Lord. We have a Ministorum Priest, so you are part of the Ecclesiarchy, the official state religion, and That is what you've been doing before you were a rogue trader. We have Navy officer. By the way, I still don't understand why they have these bicorn hats as part of the attire. It seems a little weird. But again, like these are the starship officers that would be, and then we have the noble, which seems fairly self-explanatory of what a noble does or is. And then lastly, we have kind of the outlier of these 7, which is the sanctioned psyker, which is grants access to one who is like grants access to the sort of mystical powers. So again, like these are the spellcasters of the 40k universe, and like that is a choice as a sort of origin that you have to take. And the people who know me, like there are honestly several that I feel are like I could take. There's definitely the Astra Militarum Commander. There's the Commissar. I can even see Ministorum Priest. I can see myself be a Navy officer. But my true calling is going to be the noble. So, the high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. You expected their obedience and lived upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your family in Solan Field. So, their feature is you serve me. The noble assigns one ally who will become their servant until the end of combat. Anytime the noble's abilities affect the servant gains +5 to all characteristics until the start of the noble's turn. Anytime the servant attacks a target that the noble dealt damage to last turn, the servant gains 10 plus the noble's fellowship bonus of critical hit chance against that target. It can only be used once per combat. And then they have other talents, which is exactly the same sort of thing. You do something. Use an ability on their servant. The servant gains +1 action points for their next turn, which doesn't stack with itself. Noble servants gain +2 movement points every turn. If the servant has less than 30% maximum wounds, the noble can use you serve me once more in battle, designating a new servant and removing the effects from the previous one. The noble cannot designate a character who already was their servant this combat. You protect me. If the noble and the servant are adjacent to each other at the start of the noble's turn, they both gain temporary wounds equal to the servant's toughness bonus or the noble's fellowship bonus, depending on which is higher. You kill it. If the servant kills the target that the noble dealt damage to last turn, the noble gains 1 action point. So, with that, coming back to the Forge Well, like, I know that the fellowship doesn't really work there, but as a characteristic modifier, you get +5 fellowship for being a noble, right? So, and you can pick up another +5 fellowship characteristic modifiers later on. So I feel that, like, they counteract each other a little bit, maybe, but I feel that I am obligated to myself to pick noble as the first origin for my character. Right. As for the color scheme, that looks pretty nice. Nice. Don't really like that. That's fine. Looks even better. Ooh. Kind of like that. No, I don't think helmet. Oh, the backpack. Yeah. Either. I think we're gonna go with this. There was a couple others that I like. One is a little meh. Meh. No. Who like this? Yeah, I think this is the best. Going with that color scheme. Right. We have a triumph. So basically, we can choose out of these which was like our greatest triumph in life. Did we manage to persuade someone? Did we manage to make a deal with someone? Or did we manage to strong arm, shall we say, someone? What was our greatest triumph? And I think we're gonna just be that we are the apex of brilliance. My strong presence and my persuasiveness stopped a feudal war between neighboring systems. Because we are, after all humans. Servants of the God Emperor and scions of the Imperium of Man. There should not be conflict between ourselves when we're already surrounded by so much darkness. And our darkest hour is the counterbalance to that time. Mysterious tome that was discovered in your family library exacted a terrible toll on my mind. I have the brand of shame. I'm a bastard, an illegitimate member of a family that immediately turned its back on me. Or Shadow of Torment, were kidnapped for ransom, captors mistreated up until the moment. I think that we're going to be taking the Grim Portals, because we certainly are no bastards, true-born sons here. And we don't want to have carouse. We're gonna, like, this is probably gonna be the least impactful in a sense, because actually the Grim Portals probably we have other people who can know the war. We need not be well versed in such ephemeral subjects. So a mysterious tome that was discovered in our family library has exacted a terrible toll on my mind. That is my darkest hour. Then we choose our archetypes, which is, as you can see here, you have 4 archetypes to choose from at the start. And that means that at level 16, depending on which archetype you chose, you have 3 other archetypes, like the following sort of mid-level archetypes to choose from. And then at level 36, you get to be an exemplar, which is like just you like exemplify all that is like those 2 classes combined, if we want to call them classes rather than archetypes. So we have the soldier, we have the operative, we have the officer, and we have the warrior. So warriors, combatants boasting exceptional melee prowess, capable of dealing high damage in close quarter combat, withstanding heavy amounts of damage, also excelled at drawing enemies' attention from less defended allies. We have the officer, who use their willpower and fellowship to improve the combat capabilities of their allies, turning them into even greater threats on the battlefield. We have the operative, who uses intelligence and perception to find and exploit weaknesses in the enemy defenses. And then we have the soldier, who is the master of all ranged weapons, quickly able to assume an advantageous position from where they stand ready to rain fire on the enemy. I'm gonna pick the officer, because I feel that, like, the officer being the sort of like buffer, like buffing character, that they are, like, combos very well with the nobles you serve me servant thing, because they give single target buffs, they rescue allies, they gain momentum extras. So that's what we're gonna go with. Obviously, the fact that we took a bit of a fellowship hit here is slightly unfortunate, but I'm sure we can overcome it. So then we get to our actual characteristics. We have 30 points available to spend, and all of them start at a minimum of 30. So I cannot minus these. I also cannot minus the toughness or the intelligence. So what we want to do, as I said, we want to be a melee bruiser type of character. So we need weapon skill, we need strength, we need toughness, and we also need fellowship. Those are the things that we need. I think we are going to focus. We're gonna put, and you only put things in increments of 5. There are things that increase them in other increments than just 5 throughout the game. But in this, where we have the points, we put them in increments of 5. I think what we're going to do is we're going to put strength to 40. We're going to put toughness to 40. And then we're going to increase weapon skill. We could potentially put 5 more points into toughness. But I think having weapon skill 35 is important. So I think we put 5 more points into fellowship. And then it's just a question of, do we put 5 more points into toughness, or do we put 5 more points into fellowship? I do like the idea of like going full on for the melee aspect, which is the strength and the toughness. But as an officer, I think a balanced approach is probably better overall, especially considering that we got the fellowship minus that we do for being a forge world. So I think this is gonna be our final choice. And then we have our void ship to start. We can either have the sword class frigate, looks like that, and I'm sure that like there is definitely like you can get upgrades which change how the ship looks. I'm sure that you can probably upgrade into a larger ship potentially as well, rather than always being stuck in a frigate. But we can either have the sword or the firestorm. And I think I dig the look of the firestorm more than I dig the look of So let's see what it actually says. Sword class frigate is a classic combat ship design, proven in thousands of battles, combining decent firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. Estimated dimensions: 1.6 kilometer in length, 0.3 kilometer abeam at thinness, approximately. Estimated tonnage: 6 megatons, approximately. Estimated number of souls: 26,000. And this is the sort of numbers that you're dealing with in 40K. Like, this ship, a frigate, like, this is one of the smallest classes of combat ship available to the Imperium of Man. The frigate. And it has 26,000 people in it as crew. The Von Valentius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valentius dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged and yet reliable in extreme conditions. The flagship's size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders and for hunting the countless pirates, Xenos, alien, and heretics in the Coronis Expanse. Numerous Von Valentia's rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel, and with a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to faithfully serve the Von Valentia's dynasty. But I do I'm a fan of the sword class frigate. Like, I'm definitely a fan of this. Like, not a bad design. But I think I dig the Firestorm class more. The Firestorm class frigate is a modification of the sword class, designed to deliver fire strikes against larger enemy ships, not shying away from engagement with superior opponents. Estimated dimension: 1.8 kilometers in length, 0.3 km a beam at the fins, approximately. 6 megatons, 25,000 souls, approximately. And it is the exact same thing. So I do also like this in that, like, they highlight, right? They highlight these sorts of things. It gives like this little tidbit, right, of the Coronis Expanse. And if we want to expand this, we can even get it like up there rather than having to like hover over it like the entire time. But yeah, I think we're gonna go with the Firestorm class frigate. After generate random name. This Okay, so it is an actual just name there, right? I think. Do we generate a random name? We'll generate a couple of randoms if any of them, if any of them happen to, hit the spot for us. Unforgiven. My God, that's a name. Whew, it's like it's hitting all of the right edgy spots in my soul to call it the Unforgiven. But I also don't want to be mistaken for a Dark Angels player, so we're gonna pass on that. Daring Destiny. It's all right. It's all right. I feel that's kind of generic though. Like, it's not like I don't know. It feels little too generic for me, I think. Destiny Hunter. Better than the last one, but I still think it's a little too generic. Mercy of the Stars. That's an automatic nope, because we're not asking mercy from the stars. The only mercy that we're going to be asking for is for the Emperor, for our flaws. And we are delivering mercy to those outside of the Emperor's light. This is an absolute no. Alright, let's generate a last of the random ones. Charybdis. No. I think our flagship will be known as the Invincible Reason. Because we're reasonable people here. And you cannot beat a properly reasoned argument. And if the enemy ever asks, how come we are defeated and you are not? Then we can just point at the name of our ship and go like, the reason? We're invincible. I feel that it's punchy enough. I feel that it's good enough, and I think that's what we're gonna go with. All right. And I mean, our last name is already decided for us. Our first name is just going to be Alessis. So we have, again, 35, 40, 40, 40, 40. Yep. We took a bit of a hit on our lore warp, but that is thankfully, like, for the 40 intelligence is sort of countering that, like, somewhat. So it's actually better than average. Our understanding of lore warp is still better than average because of our, like, intelligence. But persuasion is really the name of the game here. 50 in there. And I think so the officer forces an ally to fully push themselves, increasing their characteristic by 5 plus 2 times the officer's fellowship bonus on round. Additionally, all of the officer's abilities can be applied to the target with voice of command from any distance. The character who becomes the target of voice of command cannot be targeted by this ability again for the next. We have finally completed the character creation. And we're off to the actual game. Yeah, that didn't take us long at all. So we're gonna go through the tutorial. I'm gonna I wonder how much they're gonna actually delve on like the family backstory before this one. Like it's gonna I'm curious to see how much we can how that's gonna go.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
I will have to say, Mr. Conrad Voigtveer, you, just purely by your voice and your pronunciation of things, you come across as a slimy toad. So I would not be surprised if we have to kill you by the end of this tutorial. Right. Choice in dialogues. You are in a dialogue. Here you can learn more about current events, influence the character you're speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. The character's personal story depends on the dialogue choices you make. Available dialogue options are displayed on the right. Select a reply by clicking the L and B on it, or pressing the corresponding digit on your keyboard. The man who approached you is gazing down into the depths of the vast temple. Right. All this ostentatious luxury, this laughable pretense. It is enough to make one think that the architects meant to compensate, rather. Or have we met? Do you have a particular reason for disturbing? I think we're gonna keep on the polite side of things. Truly, an awe-inspiring subject.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with the chance to give their very life for the master of humanity.
I have a sneaking suspicion that the next words that you're going to say is that, well, congratulations, you're presented with your chance to give your very life to the master of humanity right now, and then you pull a gun on.
Allow me to introduce myself. Kunrad Voigtfir, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Right. You can hover your cursor over highlighted words to learn more about them. Tooltips that appear can help you better understand the world of the game, or words are highlighted when they first appear in a text. Scroll up dialogue bar. Right. So Rogue Trader. Subject of the Imperium with a unique hereditary title, a rogue trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting uncharted regions in the galaxy for the benefit of mankind. That's a very concise way to put it. Others would disagree with like some parts of that or all parts of that. But Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencia. So, part of the same clan, Theodora von Valencia. I assume she is the current rogue trader, and something's going to happen to her, and we're going to become the new. Duke Alessus Eos Vendria de Val of Calixus. You may call me Your Grace.
My deepest respects to you, Your Grace. A noble of the Imperium. It's been a long time since Providence last brought such eminent guests aboard this vessel.
Glad to see him express his due deference. Smiles faintly, but you're not sure it's directed at you. Though the Imperium of Man is the galaxy-spanning interstellar human empire ruled by the living god, who is known as the Emperor of Mankind. Living in heavy quotation marks. I'm glad you agree, and I certainly have I honestly, personally, I'd have chosen Your Eminence as that, but Your Grace works just as fine. So next time we talk, Aelin, feel free to refer to me as such. It won't hurt. It won't hurt, you know. Right. Moving on.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
I see. Lord Captain, strange title, Lady Theodora. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought? I have a curious title, Master of Wisdom. Your responsibility. Tell me about the one on whose ship I have found my. Say I'm one of Rogue Trader's heirs. There's another. That's a goal in mind when you decide to. No, that is it. Right. Right. Let's start with the simplest then. Lord Captain, strange title for the Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
And that, our dear friends, was more than 10,000 years ago when that particular the that was first established. So they kept that same title for that entire time, which is like very Imperium in that like some things are just sacrosanct depending on who said them and when and to like in what context, right? And you don't mess with them ever. So that's how Lady Theodora is a Lord Captain. Right. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor.
And very true in a sense that like the first people who got these sort of this sort of orders, or like who became rogue traders, they got them from the Emperor himself, like the living God who is currently sitting on the golden throne. Actually, when he was still actively going about the galaxy, wrote down the first of these degrees, giving like these exceptional powers and responsibilities to people. And that parchment, like that decree, like obviously some of those original decrees have been lost to time, but some of those originals are still around 10,000 years later, and like they are probably like, even if the rogue trader like family would like completely die out, like somebody would go and recover that piece of parchment because it literally is just a holy relic at this stage, because it bears the Emperor's handwriting. Right.
Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
And that just demonstrates like the like the sort of vast amount of power that a rogue trader can hold. Is that like some of the institutions that you could come from, right? Where like the commissariat, or like the Imperial Guard or the Imperial Navy, like those posts are generally held on to like until life or injury forces like retirement. Like most people don't actually get to retire in those positions, and you don't get to leave. Like you sign up and you're in there until you die or until you retire if you're lucky, right? But a rogue trader like has the power to potentially pull you from that if they so desire. Obviously with some like they can't just pull like nobodies. In this case, like because we are blood relatives, even if we are distant blood relatives, that's why we've been pulled here now. You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
As I said, the man is a toad. Hopefully a very useful one, but a toad nonetheless. Rubs me the wrong way. Conrad. Tell me about the one whose ship I have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Ah, suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
I wonder if she actually knew whether or not I was competent. Because it could have been that, like, she was just, like, he just pulled up a list of names of blood relatives and said, these two will be the next one that she pulls. I assume that she has both the ability and the resources from, like, background research to make sure that, like, the people who pull in are actually qualified to be her heirs to this rogue trader and the warrant of trade. But as I said, this warrant of trade is like the document that potentially the Emperor, potentially one of the Primarchs, but like in modern times they've been written by the High Lords of Terra. Like High Lords is an organization of like the leaders of several different imperial organizations, like the very top dogs of each one, who gather at the heart of the Imperium, Terra, or Old Earth, as it is known. And they have a council of High Lords, and they basically rule the Imperium in the stead of the Emperor, who has sat immobile and mute on the Golden Throne for more than 10,000 years at this point. You say I'm one of the rogue trader's heirs, so there is another candidate.
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
Fair enough. I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord's Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
I assume that Master Edelthrad is the other heir. So one of the things that like has popped my curiosity is that like the story, the story sort of main story thing that came up said that follow contrast. Change your point of view, move the camera using the rotate the camera. Yep, got it. Right. But one of the things that like the main story said that the Rogue Trader Empire was sort of not maybe falling apart, but like was beset by a lot of things, both inside and out. So I wonder how that manifests. Interactable objects. Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way, marked with specific items. Some icons allow you to study objects, others can transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch a small event. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough to the click LMB on the icon, left mouse button, to perform the associated action. Some interactive objects, such as doors or chests, are not always marked with icons, but the cursor changes when you hover over them. Hover your cursor over the object, if the cursor changes, the object is marked. Hold tab to highlight objects your characters can. Right, so there's a crew officer, interact with, well, that's a regicide. Regicide being the kind of equivalent to a chest. I think. Show data on the width screen, Technomat, engine steer, Technomat. their deck enforcer and a worker. Why is an enforcer having to watch a worker? Technoman, unless professor. Right. Let's talk to this pre-officer. Heard the Seneschal gave the senior officers another public dressing down recently. I don't know what it was for this time. Versarian would latch on to any slip up. Here. Glory to the Omnissiah, giver of knowledge. Omnissiah being the Adeptus Mechanicus, god of the machine. No data on the witness. Sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. The duration of the data processing cycle has 50. It is. Incomprehensible information. Oh, it's actually showing that. What's that? Incomprehensible information is displayed on a large screen above the cogitator. Make out references to unfamiliar systems of lay people interfering in the operation of the sacred mechanism disturbs the machine. The name of Omnissiah refrain from anything. Okay. Among the profane act. Like, I haven't even done anything. Okay. So these are... Have you heard? Apparently the lower decks got a big influx of new blood after the last on-world reset. There's some pestilence spreading through the crew, and that's why we haven't had to make up the shortfall. Last time it was blue leprosy. Blue leprosy. I'm gonna assume she's gonna say the same. Yep, lay people interfering. What are you doing? If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priest for servitorization. Crew member is hard at work, bowing his head in fear and avoiding the So the deck enforcer is here so that he doesn't take a look at the nobles present. Massive conference table, obviously crafted from steel wood. These sorts of incredible value. Yeah. Like that's how you know that you're like in the lap of luxury, is that if you have actual wood, not synthetic wood, not like replica wood, actual like wooden tables and chairs. That's luxury.
I always keep my options open.
Anything new over here? That war trip was surprisingly uneventful. The one a couple of cycles ago, now that was tough. Which was bitch. Right, lower deck. Noble guest. How long do we have to wait for an audience? How many days has it been already? Worker. Hear the stuttering words of prayers. As you should. Noble guest. May his will strengthen my heart. May my humble deeds be to the benefit of humanity. Fervent words. Candlelit author with a copy of the 2348th volume of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium.
I always
That
have
low.
a backup plan.
Surprised that it was that low a number. Alright, you guys are just happy about that.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
That is a servitor. Okay. You approach something in the servitor's body after a couple of seconds. Servitors, by the way, are not just cyborgs. Like they're like, if you think of them as cyborgs, you're kind of correct, but like cyborgs that are lobotomized.
Keep your wits about you.
They are like, their brains have literally been turned into like binary computers so that they can just concentrate on the task. Oh nice, I did get like
one of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
Oh. Oh boy.
Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Oh. That's
Challenges make the spoils that much sweeter.
have been ambushed. The battle begins. Surviving the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. There's hints and tutorials with familiarity with combat systems. Alright, click on. Right. I mean, it doesn't, like, I don't think this is a case of just a simple mechanical failure. I don't think that is. So we have a bunch of crew officers, us, Conrad Vodinger, and a malfunctioning servitor. What is... well, because we've been ambushed, we, in this game, normally you'd be able to, like, choose where you start, but I feel that, because we got ambushed, we don't get to choose. Crew officer takes a shot with the last missile, and then immediately just gets... he shot just both of them. Okay, that's a thing. All battles in the game are turn-based and take place on a grid. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their ability. Select the cell within a highlighted area and double-click on the character there. Movement points determine how far a character can move on their turn. One movement point corresponds to one cell. Battlefield, moving diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 movement points. At the beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to their maximum value. Note that once a character starts moving, this action can no longer be counted. There's no, like, undo button. Right. So... on a line. Okay. You serve me. He has been assigned as my servant. So what's he got? He's got frenzy. This creature receives bonus movement points. Attack. Start of each turn, the operative inflicts +1 stack of the exploit effect on the enemy. The operative hits the target with it. Right. So he is my servant. So what does... Basically, I can tell him I will use my voice of command ability.
I refuse.
My... We have a pistol here. Armor penetration of 15. One creature within 12 cell radius. Hit chance of 75%. Max distance. Move up to here. What are our... Pretty deep.
I am ready for whatever comes.
Make attacks and use abilities in combat. Character must spend action. Their total is displayed on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Every attack or ability has certain AP costs associated with it. Number of squares next to the icons of attack actions and other abilities indicate their AP. At the start of each character's turn, their AP are restored to their maximum value. Okay? To attack, first right-click on the single shot icon on the weapon panels at the bottom of the screen. Hover the cursor over it. The tooltip will appear showing your character's chances of hitting that enemy and the possible damage you can deal with on success. Left mouse button to fire. Amount of damage your character deals depends on the parameters of the weapon they're using. The effectiveness of the shot depends on the distance between the character and their enemy. When you target an enemy with a single shot, you'll see 2 areas denoting the weapon's effective and maximum fire. Certain abilities in the game are considered attack actions and can only be used once per turn unless affected by specific talents or other abilities the character might have. If the character performs an attack action, they will not be able to attack again and lose their remaining movement Okay, good to know. So this was an attack action, which means that we are now stuck here. No more movement points, and we don't have anything to interact. End our turn. Miss. Miss. The servitor walks over, slaughters this crew officer. Yep, that will one-shot me as well. Why are you not attacking him, my guy? This reloads. Right. We are running away. And we miss. Really. Character has just missed. To increase hit chance, equip your character with a decent weapon and place them on advantage. Man, I wish I could do that. Abilities and talents that improve the weapon skill characteristics will help you hit more often. Through marksmanship, learn that increases perception and ability. And that crew officer also missed and is now going to be dead. Conrad, would you please just hit him instead of anal? I do not want to be here.
Don't let your guard down.
Not dead. Okay, Conrad. Dodge. Still analyzing. Characters. And he now he decides to shoot. Okay.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Right, so without taking his eyes off the bodies on the floor, Voigtger removes the Voxcaster from his belt, speaks a few quick orders into the device. Characters with melee weapons block adjacent enemies' ability to perform attacks with pistols and shotguns are an exception to those can be fired at point blank. Okay, so basically, if you get into melee range of somebody with a weapon that isn't a pistol or a shotgun, they are forced to melee you or. Okay.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Fair enough. Wires in the servitor's head are still smoldering. It seems the cause of this malfunction was the short-circuiting of the motive core. The last cannon, until a sentry gun constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template contra in the manufactorums of Kieva Gamma. So standard template constructs, or STCs, are one of the most sought-after things by the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are basically the they allow them to. Well, they are what they say they are. They're standard template constructs. So, like generally speaking, they do they create things, right? Like they create things like, say, this sentry turret, right? And it allows them to manufacture them to the same exact standards using very different materials. Like standard template constructs are one of those that like they can adapt a lot of different types of materials and still achieve like the same result, right? Which is why like they're super versatile generally speaking. They're super generic in that like for example the Rhino, which is like a transport vehicle, is also generally the chassis of a lot of different like battle tanks, whether that's an artillery tank like the Whirlwind or the Predator tank, which is more of a main battle tank or like heavy armor bursting gun. Violet Alloy, which upon closer examination turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with primitive tool are visible on the surface. I don't know why that would be. Black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. Oh god, that's a Necron artifact, isn't it? We're just doomed.
Let us not dawdle.
You should never one of those aboard. Lehman Russ battle reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor, the first breached the capital walls during the pacification of the vortex. Yeah, Lehman Russ is like the main battle tank of the Imperial armed forces. Massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. Stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but the surface shimmers and changes as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock. This exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol of House Valor will be replaced. Like that was what they were trying to do. Servant. Fair enough. Strange object that resembles sea coral. Porous surface is pitted, a sign that it has been on.
Is there money to be made?
Gray-green crystal with white veins. Low hum can be heard coming from the artifact. I don't think I can't interact with that door. Fine. Servitor, that can work here.
I always keep my options open.
No initiative, no independent thought, only the omniscience commandment and adherence to the protocol. That's independent thought can be very dangerous, and also be very rewarding in combat. Even the lifts kind of resemble like some kind of a cathedral or church-like building. That's how you know. That's how you know that there's quite a lot of religious influence in stuff. Beg your pardon, your lordship. After the incidents with the servitors, the passage is closed to everyone on the large military. We're not getting past here. Huh?
Keep your wits about you.
Fine on the deck. No infractions detected. What's going on now? Gracious sir, I repent of spiritual weakness, of deviation from his commandments. Do not punish me. Let me make amends with my deed. What's happening? The state of your uniform. What are you doing on the upper decks looking like that? Yeah, uniform inspections is something that that they will do here, and they take it a lot they take it a lot more seriously than probably most other militaries. But like most other militaries will get you for dressing sloppily. Don't you worry about that. It's even worse for security. Okay, and I accidentally found where I actually needed to go. Edelfrad. That's simply irrational, Lady Theodora, says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which is covered by sin skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. His assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide, practically an admission of heresy. But the tall, gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson, and suggests an alternative that will satisfy. I have described the situation, no worse than my seneschal could make a decision. What will you do with Aeon 6, Edelfred? So we'll listen in silence. We'll show our due deference. Maybe we'll learn something. While you're considering your answer, Edelfrad, I wish to speak with someone else. Perhaps I shall hear something more interesting than incoherent mumbling. Theodora nods in your direction. Approach. What is this? Regards you with indignation. Is this someone from your retinue, Theodora? Do you permit your people to interrupt your conversations in such fashion? Okay, so he's like the asshat who gets killed. Okay, good. I give that permission to those with something of substance to say. Let us see if it was worth it. Theodora tilts her head, her lips stretch into a cold smile. This is Alessis, the second candidate for the title. Rogue trader regards you with a look that is imperious, predatory, and oppressive. Step forward. Okay, so I have. Your character's skills reflect their knowledge and capability. Some dialogue automatically initiate passive skill tests. If a test succeeds, new information will be revealed or a hidden dialogue will unlock. If your character is traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score and the applicable skill is selected for each given skill test. Consider this hypothetical situation. Aeon 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis Expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruption, metamorphic rock deposit, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some radical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifice. Flights of fancy, but attempts to install aura structures have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poison? Right, so we have a lot of options. Lord Xenos succeeded. Those spirits could well be the natives' names for dangerous aliens. First verify if that is indeed the case, and if the population of Ion 6 engages in xenofish. Lord Warps it. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on Ion 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychers to do so. It will give us the answer. Why should I concern myself when making this decision? I always have servants on hand to whom I can delegate matters such as this, just as you have delegated me. These reports of spirits certainly sound like evidence of heresy. However, I would put my interest first. No matter what means, I would have to use the riches of Ion 6 for mine. Ion 6 must be purged for the good of the Imperium. I shall exterminate the heretical beliefs and otherworldly powers that rule the native of Alright, Underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifice. That certainly sounds like the warp. Ah, Bork, welcome. I will indeed do that in a little bit. Probably once we're completed with this dialogue. Don't worry about that. Right. So, Lore Xenos, lore like underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifice. It's not Tyranids, because Tyranids are the nom nom nom, I eat everything biological and then I leave to find more foodstuffs type of alien. so it's not that. It's not orcs because orcs generally don't work in a way of like you offer them sacrifices and then they protect you. They work on the matter of they either beat you to death or they beat you to submission and then they take your stuff. So it's not them. Tau are a benevolent Xenos race, certainly. But one, like, they don't make it a secret that they're a Xenos race, and they don't make this sort of a, like, they're certainly not underworld spirits. I mean, I guess, like, I could see Tau stealth suits, right? Like, just the, like, suits that make them nearly invisible, right? Like with like light fraction technology. Like, I could see how those could be interpreted as like underworld spirits. But the thing is, like, again, like, Tau don't, like, they probably don't want sacrifices. Of all things, Tau probably don't demand or want any sacrifices, right? They would potentially protect the people from, like, danger because they're planning to colonize the world at some point, and this is, like, a forward operative, like, thing for them. But it still, like, doesn't really catch my eye that, like, for the Tau to do. Eldar are definitely often seen as spirit-like in the sense that, like, they move fast, they've got alien technology, like, they move fast, they use a bunch of stealth stuff, they use a bunch of psychic powers, so, like, and they look kind of like alien spirits because they move that fast and all of that. Like, Eldar and Dark Eldar both kind of fit that mold. But they don't fit the mold of, like, protecting humans because they give them sacrifices. Like Drukhari, the Dark Elves, or Dark Elves, Drukhari as in the Dark Eldar, they would just, like, enslave the humans instead of, like, being given sacrifices, right? But, I mean, maybe I could see it being the Drukhari in the sense that, like, okay, they're, like, giving them sacrifices, like actual slaves. So the Drukhari go like, well, I mean, they're literally giving us what we want for this thing that we, like, is probably just like flick of a finger, and they deal with whatever, like, the humans needed protection from, right? So, like, they're willingly giving us the thing that we want without us having to really lift the finger for it. So there's no reason to, like, raid the entire planet when we have a steady supply of slaves coming in already. On the flip side, though, Drukhari are kind of greedy, insatiable bastards, so, like, how long that sort of a thing could actually last with them is questionable. But yeah, Eldar is like they don't give a shit about any sacrifices that they would be handed by like the human population. And, like, that's pretty much all of the, I mean, like, the one thing that comes to mind is Necrons, but, like, would Necrons really care about sacrifices either? So I think, like, this sounds more like demon stuff than it does Xenos to me. The real question is, do I want to jump to that and then go like, oh, so you suspect demon worships, are you? A little bit too heretical there, are you? Like, huh? How did you know about that? But yeah, I think we're gonna go with the lore warp succeeded one. Theodora smirks. Thorough, but presumptuous. Took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years. Did you speak of several? Fair enough. Edelthrad looks at you with the warmth of a snake. Sanctioned psykers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. Also fair. Or do you, Alessis, suggest that we use heretics who are against the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servant. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do, Edelgrad. We're both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become any of our status to engage in petty feuds? I find your tone most disagreeable, Edelgrad. You will kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or else you will live to regret the consequences. Shut your mouth, Edelgrad, before I decide to shut it for you. Which is okay, the exact same thing, but conveyed in a lot more words in this. But we are both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become any of our status to engage in petty feuds? Edelthrad looks at you with suspicion. Even among his flock, not all are of a piece, Alessis. I suggest you familiarize yourself with that fact before you are sorely. Edelthrad. Theodora's tone renders him silent. I believe I gave you an assignment on the ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck instead of proceeding to the middle deck to commence the inspection of the compartments of his purview. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot time. Edelthrad both ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Also, I do also agree that it was fair criticism on the many psychers. So I guess the Lord Xenos probably would have been the better. Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves, then she turns to you. So, Alessia, why are you here? Was it not you who sent for me? There are questions that I wish to have answered. I do not know just yet. I hope you will clarify that. I think number 1 is not the correct. I do not know just yet. I hope you will clarify. Theodora smiles wryly. Clarity. A luxury that a few of us do. There is a reason why I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, seldom is one granted an opportunity to enjoy information abundantly. This, however, is one such. My name is Theodora von Valentius Massimo Ascaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of Humanity. My rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic, the variant of trade kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium, to carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretic reign, both death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. You, Alessis, are one of those with the von Valencia's blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. I'm ready to take on this sacred purpose. Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump and have not yet distinguished yourselves in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of trader. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful, if not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Theodora sighed and looked away pensively for a moment. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Conrad Voigtvier served me for many years before he made his mistake. Did I hear you correctly? Master Whispers is related to me. His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered Oh yeah. That door, however, is closed. Voigtvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. The way it used to be. Well, well, well. He's in cahoots with Ethelred. On off? Does this mean there are other? Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one. Ethelred may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him. And if you're satisfied with Ethelred, what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on impatience? I'm rather fond of impatient people. They're not as quick to resign themselves to circumstances, and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Ethelred as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here in the current. Your noble descent is a sign that power lives in your very flesh and blood. You would never doubt your words or actions, never show weakness, never let an involuntary gesture or careless word betray your fears or agitation. At least if your upbringing was as thorough as mine was in my time. Many will grovel at your feet. Governors, commanders, highborn navigators, conceited lords, and you cannot allow them to sense weakness in one who stands above them. Moreover, lines her head slightly, your remarkable mental abilities were noted in your profile. You can find a way to exhibit them in the service of the one Valencia's dynasty. Well, so much the better. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions? The Vox affixed to Theodora's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is unintelligible noise. Theodora Vinces shuts off the transmission and gives you an imperious nod. I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the voyage translation out of the warp. My presence is required on the bridge. I mean, I kind of know what this is, but like for the benefit of those who aren't aware. So, Navigator is a special type of human mutant. They are said to have the third eye. And the third eye is what is necessary to see the currents of the warp, the immaterial. And that is how the Imperium's faster than light travel works. Is that they, with the navigator on board a ship, they tear a hole in real space, as in the physical realm, the reality that we are born in and are a part of. And they go to the immaterial, which is like a hell realm, a realm of emotion and spirit and soul. And you need the navigator to follow the currents of the warp, to steer the ship along the currents. That's what the navigators are for. And translation is literally just whether you going in or you coming out of the warp, which is like the most dangerous part of, generally the most dangerous part of any journey. Because that's when the navigator needs to concentrate the most focus. That's when they draw the most attention, when they need to open a portal out or into the immaterial. Sometimes I forget that people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a voyage travels between the sun. I do. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable force. By entering it under the protection of the Jeller field, which is the best way to describe it is that the Jeller field is like a barrier, and inside that barrier is the ship and the real space that it came with. So think of it as ripping a part of the material realm and bringing it with the ship as it traverses through. And that is what allows first of all, allows all of the people on the ship to not get slaughtered by demons who might happen upon the ship, or just like get constantly like invaded by demons, even if they aren't just like instantly slaughtered or caused madness. And that's what also does the simple thing of keeping the laws of physics in play, rather than inverting them or discarding them entirely, or just like mutating the like ship itself, like in like the metal into flesh or into water, for example. Like the Geller field is the thing that keeps reality on the ship. We shortened the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead, sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spread across the galaxy. That is how we were able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars. An incident took place on the opposite end. Servitors went berserk and attacked the crew. That's so. Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Geller field. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all. Theodora laughed nonchalantly. Abelard, the gray-haired officer, gives the rogue trader a look of cautious disapproval. Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff? Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. The ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkhead, plotting against those who yet live. Where is your ship headed? The Owlcat system, the domain of rogue trader Winterskin, one of my peers, and rival. Only 3 rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valencius in surpassing both of them in affluence and depth. I set the course for Owlcat on the demand. Theodora grimaces. She gives you a stern look and then shrugs. For a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time. What are my current responsibilities? Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings about the special and in your new position. Eventually I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edeltrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide. Gracious Lord Captain, surely there are ways I can prove myself a worthy heir. You can start by not asking questions of this sort. I have no need for second hand. I will draw my conclusions when an opportunity to prove yourself arises. For when you will be granted that opportunity, only the God Emperor knows. Yep, I figured. Like, rogue traders kind of need to be, like, obviously they can't be on top of everything, right? Because, like, they're just still one person, right? But they need to definitely have a certain willpower to them, a certain personality for them to really succeed at being a rogue trader. And one of the things is not being easily manipulated or influenced by just like idle praise. I have no more questions. In that case, I shall head to Theodora's Vox Awakens once more. This time you pick up shouting. Lord Captain freezes, listening to Voxcast, and nods and draws her weapon. Disturbance is reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. She glances at you. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated. Mutiny?
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Are you ready to die?
All combatants act in turns, and their order is determined by initiative. Order of turns is displayed on the left side of the screen. Character at the very bottom goes first, and the one above it. So it actually goes this way, rather than the customary this way. Right. So there is heretic brawlers. The brawlers are the melee guys. Cutthroats are the shooty guys. Mort, who's like, he has like a melting gun. Oh yeah, that is a melting gun. That thing can punch a pretty big hole even in the ship plating that we're standing on. That's gonna be right. I think this is a good time for me to give you a little bit of a recap here. Lore. So we are obviously Alessis. We are of the archetype. We are from the Forge world. So we have chosen to be of the Forge world, and we decided that we decided to from the 3 available to the Forge world, the features, right? We decided to take the feature that gives us it's the one that makes us tougher. It's kind of surprising that it doesn't actually say it here what it is, but it's like I think I can like it's talents over here. Subskin armor. We decided because we were gonna go for the melee bruiser type of gameplay. I'm no idea what kind of how that's gonna go. But we decided to go for the subskin armor, which is the you get your toughness sort of you get 5 plus 2 times your toughness bonus as armor percent. Because we're gonna go for heavy armor, and we took the officer as our archetype, level 1 archetype, and we are a noble by background. We decided that Apex of Brilliance was our greatest moment, so we get +5 to our persuasion from that, and our darkest hour is Rimportance, which gives us a -5 to our lore reports. And there you can see the characteristics. So we started with 40 in intelligence and 35 in toughness, and then we put 5 in weapon skill, we put 10 into strength, we put 5 into toughness, and then we put 10 into fellowship. So we're looking at a pretty sort of balanced all over the place I was contemplating whether or not I would keep it at 35 here and put the toughness up to 45, but I feel that but yeah, so we basically compensated for the -5 fellowship by being a noble, and then we're probably gonna we doubled down on the fellowship, just putting +10 in it in the origin enhancement. And I think that's all you really need to know for now. So we are probably when it comes to the morality thing, we're probably looking at iconoclast as what we're aiming for. But yeah, we shall see. I'm not sure. Like, we could also definitely go for dogmatic. But we're not gonna be going for the heretical. I don't think. At least not here. It just, again, I don't think it really. But let us start this battle. Theodora buffs us with kill them. Okay, what does that actually do? Abelard.
I took care of this one.
Abelard goes. Oh, okay, yeah. Melt the guns.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Okay, he's getting shots. Miss me, bastard. Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover the characters can hide behind are marked with a shield or a shield with a skull. When standing close to them, character will automatically take up advantageous position. In this case, the chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the character. The character will not receive a bonus if attacked from the side, not the second side. Cool. Right, so this is like, if you have a shield and a skull, that's like full cover, and if you have like a half shield like this, that's half. Okay. Also, very interesting to see, like a Melta, like it is how it's like this Melta shot that he did, which killed like 3 in that sort of like a blast of heat. That is how they describe the Melta weapon like in the lore, versus like in the 40k, like in the base game, like the most well-known game of 40k. It is more of a like a singular concentrated shot of anti-tank sort of fire. Right. So what does kill them actually do? Kill them is plus 50 to my ballistic skill until the end of combat. Okay. Right. We are going to tell Abelard that you serve me. I will.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Why? I don't get it. Why does it? Yeah, I just can't use the voice of command here. Maybe I'll need to wait for next time. Right. Anyway, we are gonna go over there, and then mark. Yeah, we're gonna try and kill that heretic. And oh. I was thinking that, okay, maybe this is gonna be like scripted
Pain
that
and duty go hand in hand.
Ooh, Adelard is taking quite a bit of damage there. But yeah, I was thinking that, okay, maybe this is scripted that
This'll leave a scar.
that, you know, okay, he just slices through 2 of them and leave, and then runs over there and kills him to death. Mort just completely just decimates just that one dude who was standing out in the open. Okay, your character has received a temporary positive effect from Allies. This effect prevents your character to have capabilities in combat some way. Learn about the effect. Right. Yeah, I was thinking that, okay, maybe this is like a scripted event where Theodora dies in combat, like he needs to escape. Oh no, she's just like, these heretics are just like being, I would best describe it. Well, I am definitely not distinguishing myself. Got dodged the first time, and then I just shoot the hole. Abelard damage. Oh yeah, that, by the way, he has a plasma pistol, which is like
One fewer target.
Yep, okay. Mort picks up Okay. Alright, alright, I think we're going there. Come on, can I at least get a hit?
I won't stand for it.
What happened there? Lagging? Bugging out? What's happening? Can't end turn. Okay.
I won't compromise my principles.
I think the game bugged out. I think the game bugged out there. Like, I could do nothing. That's not great.
Is there money to be made?
Okay.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Silence. Oh, since we have the chance, let's try the Lord's reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove rather long and fruitless. But from Xenos, an untrodden planet, might be deep in myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate than you, Alice, is unaware of their existence. Let's still not. Shooting. I do not know just yet. I will be able to clarify that. Ready to? Yes. One off. Does it mean satisfied? Right. Yes. Did I hear it correctly? Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Navigator. Instant. Where's your ship headed? Alarm current responsibilities. I have no more questions. End dialogue.
No mercy to those who oppose Von Valancius!
I will level you!
Let's save her. Kill them. What the lady has ordered, Oh. Just run there and this is.
I took care of this one.
Okay, he took a lot more effective of a first turn than the last.
I've suffered worse.
Dodge. Is there any? That doesn't get me. There. There. Wish. Way. We could take cover there and try to on him, or we could take cover here to get cover from the lad. Slide forward. I think Abelard probably has these guys potentially. we're gonna move there. We're gonna.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Yeah, that would have been a lot more epic if you said that and then you actually hit the heretic cutthroat. I wonder if it's scripted.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
You just got shot and your ears are ringing. Decimate the dude with a plasma pistol,
dust.
which is like, you know,
I took care of this one.
if you ever wondered what what kind of a gun is the plasma pistol, if you imagine it as you are firing a miniature sun at somebody, that would be pretty close equivalent. Over there.
I'll make it happen. Your end was inevitable.
Hey, we actually managed to kill somebody. Your character has just landed a critical hit that deals increased damage equal to the character's critical damage stat. Critical hit allowable to deal increased damage to the enemy. The character scores a target takes 150% of the attacker's normal damage. By default, with some talent, effects, and abilities to increase that amount. Chance to score a critical hit depends on the character's critical hit chance. Base chance is 10% for ranged attacks and 0% for melee. Right. Has its own critical damage stat, which that is cool. I mean, none of the. Oh, actually managed to hit Theodora. And
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
there and
Leave a scar.
no, that literally doesn't leave a scar, but you just erase them from existence. All right, that went better than the last time. At least I got one of them. Raise her hand in a commanding gesture. Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. And let a single person survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst on the deck. Not bad. I've seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to reality. He looks at the box in her hand. The box just is the radio. Essentially. All you can hear is lifeless static. The incident with rampaging servitors may be connected to what is transpiring now. Possibly. I'd like to switch on her box a few times. We will investigate at a later date. Right now, we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess this. What has happened? From what we've seen, Alessis, we can speculate that we're dealing with some variety of madness induced by warp travel. Central is astonishingly calm for someone who just survived a sudden attack. Yeah, considering he took like several just shots without blinking. But I mean, he's probably done that before, so such episodes are not uncommon among voidsmen who have found themselves outside the boundaries of real space. Though such episodes seldom spill onto other decks. Theodore clicks her blocks. Casters are no work, or have been sabotaged. Either the warp is toying with us, or someone went to great lengths to cut the ship's communication. I will need a direct channel to the engine seer prime before I can get a sense of what we're up to. Whatever it may be, keep your weapons at the ready. I imagine it will be some time before we no longer need them. Tech Priest, whose specialization is the maintenance and care of sacred machines. How could there be armed people in the ranks of the crew who dare to attack the Lord Captain? Seneschal gives you a gloomy look. Trust me, Alessis, this is hardly surprising for a crew of thousands. The lower decks are a fertile environment for discontent and heresy, no matter how one tries to incinerate any secret. All it takes is a hint of warp influence out of the mind. Sporadic riots on the lower decks never reach these compartments. Theodora's anger causes the Seneschal to Tumults of the rabble are always contained within their own territory. It's too well organized. Spreading too rapidly. Which is again like I feel that this is the case of like, oh, the master whispers and like the other candidates are like are in cahoots with one another to remove the Lord Captain Lady Theodora. But what are your orders? He breaks eye contact. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make this interview, don't go after him and see if the Archmilitant requires aid. Be quick about it. Dialogue and right. I have a tool that will allow me to check the status of distant compartments that are out of oxygen. First, we have to wait for oxygen. Anything? You wish. And food at least those. Abelard. Check the latest communication reports of the update. Report from the engine seers. Request for cargo. There. See an alert about lost communication. Next meeting. Oh, we go after. Here.
I always have a backup plan.
Well, he was one of the guards who died, and he just. Oh, there's combat.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Okay, this is. Can't help out here. Flanked by somebody. Oh, that's how convenient. The master was. Oh, now he isn't voiced anymore. You're alive and well. Always on time, eh, Conrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting. Instead of your chrono life. But pointedly looks away from the fighter. Yeah. Pull yourself together. What? The Lord Captain sent you to chivvy us along? All done here. We'll report right away. Master whispers. What is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report. I have not yet received word from the Enginarium regarding any Gellerfear failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, consequences are spreading fast. I'm receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only vox casts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. But the madmen have already reached the officers' decks, suggests this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. Mutiny? Who would attempt a mutiny here? A war? Heretic. Mutiny against the Emperor's anointed. Execute the traitors, every last one of them. We must provide immediate assistance to those still on the middle deck. Perhaps then we might stop this wave from spreading. This is indeed a severe case of war. We must provide immediate assistance to those still on the middle decks. Perhaps we might stop this wave from spreading. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. I have the means to do both things at once. Her expression changes as her eyes flash ominously. I assume that her eyes flashing ominously is way easier to do with like the red like lens of an eye than the regular. Theodora looks at the void. Ethelthred? Where is he? Must know if he is unharmed. Psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons. Try to locate him. The last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on transitional deck 18. Blast it. Master of Whispers, find Ethelthred immediately. Seneschal, locate Class and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militants, with me. I must go to my study, and it appears that we might encounter heretics along the way. Unless... if I may, Lord Captain. His voice is soft and cautious. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Ethelthred back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the house as the esteemed arch-militants. Taking into consideration Ethelthred's psychic power. Like her, apparently that's our new task then. Then it's settled. Alessus, find Ethelthred and bring him here. In whatever state you find him in. This elevator, she points at the massive doors, leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand? Whatever state. I hear and obey, Lord Captain. I shall do everything in my power. I cannot promise that I won't lose that dearest heir somewhere along the way. I hear and obey, Lord Captain. Move out! Oh, come. Radio! I still think this is a trap orchestrated by Ethelthred and Conrad here. Are you ready to head to 18? It's a long walk, and you don't even have proper gear. I shall make do. Lead the way. I have a proposition. I'm the more important person here. You can go in front. Shield me from the threat. It better not fail. Lord Captain made it clear that relying on you is the bottom trick. I shall make do. Lead the way. Of course, Your Majesty. Lady Theodora would never have someone she could rely on as one of her heirs. That is no longer relevant. Why? Hop on a short track. Yup. Rock baton, probably. Must be a special destiny list. Well, I'm at least correct 1 out of 2 for now. We'll see whether Ethelthred is in on this or not. Remains to be seen. He either he's dead or he's gonna be dead. And I get kicked in the ribs to wake me up.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
Lloyd Veer, you two-faced scum. You're the one behind this mayhem.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warring Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel. An ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Why are you doing this?
Why? Because I am following an order. What is happening on this ship right now has been in the making for a very long time. All that remains is to obtain what my masters sent me for. The warrant of trade.
I don't think his blood is too thin. Blood is too... What is it in red? Blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
What sorry, pathetic excuse do you even have for your apostasy, you sordid, wretched piece of rock shit? Which is not very noble of me, or polite of me, but...
Wretched? What do you know about wretchedness? Theodorus Kerr. Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind.
Either your tone or the venomous words. First Conrad offer of hate, fury,
Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Fon Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
Skill test and dialogue. Not the available dialogue options required to make a skill. Unlike the passive skills, which are made automatically, it decide whether it's productive. Consequences of which depend on the result of the input. Success or failure affects how dialogue is developed. Depending on the context, it might change a person's conversation, alter a person's attitude, or perform an action with consequences. However, hover your cursor over the dialogue option that requires a skill test, and you will get to live any number after the skill's name indicates the difference. Characters start traveling with allies much. Cool. Okay, can't even see. Blade flashes in the dim light. Blood up. More and more sourceless. Ouch. Go. Okay. I will fight the voice of mine. Get out. I am not your puppet. Voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. Feel this intruding influence. Gates. That means I think that means check. There might I feel that there was. Gate. Gateway arch. Cogitate. Like. Approach. Like. Serve. Mindless cybernetic drone. Created. Action. Like. Obedient or lobotomized. Succeeded on technique. Carefully inspect the design of the gate. Repeatedly catches your eyes alloy. Incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology for humanity. Servitor on the gate, screeching and groaning of metal. Oh. Lower jaw opens in the corner, much wider than the jaw of a living. Servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs, which right above the light. Whisper voice. Commanding sacrifice. Voices that hear them. Oh, and not but anything. Look around in hopes of finding at least something that can work as a weapon. Search is in vain. For answer room, the empty, petition, panel. Back.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Servitor looks noticeably different. Skin covering, stitched together with copper thread. Gators. Everything. Place your hand into the Sentinel's maw. The option here. Sentinel's jaws clamp around. Dark cross. Several long and jaws. How should you work? Right.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
I do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from. Whatever it is. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I do require assistance. Pain shoots through your head. Inside just seem the entity coiled in your consciousness. Have the ability. Any harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
That's not gonna work out. Oh, flamethrower.
Well, there is still another way.
I guess just quest failed. I wonder if there was a. I assume there was not gonna be. There wasn't gonna be a way to actually like. He probably disappeared into that vent, protected by second. Here's it.
Rush not dawdle.
Unfortunately, all of the weapons got crashed. Well, still red hot from gunfire. The end. Death throes as they fought the heretics that had infiltrated the sanctuary.
Is there money to be made?
Right, into the sanctum now.
I always keep my options open.
Enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. Massive doors are made of heavy metal. Right. They look that way, but definitely not in the words.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Nothing else to find except this. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold bold, walk steadily the road of thorns through pain to greatness. A little too fast for me there to read, but
Escort the child of the house to safety.
right. I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless. I need to contact them, preferably Theodore.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Listen, mechanical screeching, the servo skulls Vox project the voice of Theodore von Valentia. Distorted and written with static, yet still recognizable beyond a doubt. Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I'm trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head.
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
Fair enough. I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Server skull goes silent, relays clicking, second after second passes, and you realize the server skull will not answer. What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Huh. This is... Are you the Warrant Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Like, these dialogue... Like, I like these dialogue options because, like, I know. And you know, viewers. Yes, friendly fire, I assume, is very much a thing. So please don't shoot guns that, like, shoot several bullets in a line that might help hit your friend. That is an important thing to remember in real life and in this game. Alright, coming back to the point, I do like these, like, options in that, like, I know, and you, the viewers, know that this is, like, essentially an AI that is speaking to us, right? Like, the computer is speaking to us. The equivalent mechanism in the Sentinel and the Vox skull that is here. But my character wouldn't understand that, because that is not a thing that he would know. Like, even if he is from a forge world, even if he was like a tech priest, he would not know or understand that, because to them it is the machine spirit that is talking whenever, like, this happens, right? And the machine spirit to them is an actual, like, is a personality. It's someone rather than a personality that's been programmed, or, like, rather than it's just the machine repeating, like, instructions that it's been given. Lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Okay. Game story unfolds. You will see notifications that doubles indicating that status of your current objective has been updated, and you can journal, but okay, or journal to help you keep track of current events and guide your characters' journey. The quest tab tracks the progress of the main story. Here you can find information about any rumors, and contracts section also contains important information. This is... Yeah, so, this is the warrant of trade, by the way. So, if anyone was expecting like just a little bit tiny document, 40k doesn't do that. they do it. They do it the way of the ham, like over the top.
Keep your wits about you.
All right, let's get ourselves out of the sanctum. Steal the warrant. Heck, like, I honestly probably should have sealed ourselves in there.
Master! Whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
Seneschal Abelard Versarian has lost some of his former polish. His forehead is sweating, and one of the sleeves of his coat is torn and soaked through with blood. Nonetheless, despite his heavy breathing, he stands firm and his gaze is demanding of his prize. He surveys the carnage around him and he prefers, and he... Conrad Voigtveer is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me.
What?
He intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of that plan.
Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Yep. Keep that in mind. Voigtveer openly admitted that he is the mastermind behind this.
Saint's blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Sub-revolver, a sword, armored body glove, medic. While fighting, your characters can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Conrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within one round. The exact percentage of wounds the character must happen may vary depending. Injuries reduce the character's resolve. Resolve influences how efficiently and for long characters can fight in the battle. It determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn or after. Okay. When a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. 3 rounds have passed, a fresh injury becomes an old injury. A fresh injury can be healed with a med kit without passing a skill test. Old injuries can be healed with a med kit, but they require the character to pass a string treatment to pass the Medicaid skill test to succeed. Use medkits to restore wounds and heal injuries. Note that when a character loses all of their wounds, they fall unconscious. Characters that lost consciousness, their wounds have been reduced to 0. Character can no longer participate in combat, resuscitated by any means. They will regain consciousness after the battle and receive a trauma healed by resting on the ship or in certain other places. Cool. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all party members are replenished automatically, but any injuries they may have sustained remain. Those can be used with a medkit. Medkits can only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, base skill Medicaid, or have taken Medicaid skill advancement. Whenever a character uses a medkit, a Medicaid skill test determines the number of wounds. Result: Abelard can heal your character's injury. On Abelard's portrait, select the medkit on the panel at the bottom left of your screen, then use it on your character. Abelard needs to be standing right next to your character for him to administer. Cool. You have got new items. All items are added to your inventory. You can open law on the inventory screen, weapons, armor. Right. Let's
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
Yeah, I like him already. Right.
Let me help.
I won't forget this.
I have accepted Adelaide's case. Wonderful. Right.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Right. Armored body glove. Sword. And a gun. So this gives... Most warriors prefer swords, for they provide more flexibility on the battlefield against close combat enemies. Plus 10% more to my parry, minus 10 to enemy weapon skill when. Okay. Top revolver, rate of fire 2, concentration 50. Top just first, and armored body glove. Character wearing his armor will dodge 35% damage average enemy attack.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead.
Did I notice that?
The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly has gone on?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me, navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Geller field has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
How did you find?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
Intriguing question. Probably not the time for it. What can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Imperium. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Adelaide does not bat an eye at the list of horrors that you are faced. I'm under no obligation to take such risks. Is an opportunity, but we're not going to say that because that is not befitting of our station. I heard one of Theodora's Vox
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, Let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
Navigator sync. Very well. Lead the way.
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
Wave of static suddenly erupted. Take out Theodore. To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor. Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might destroy those who have dared.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward! Run, fools, or fall!
Are you ready to die?
Attack. After take other action. Still have the we're actually far down. Check down. Let him run the bus. New companion is a warrior. At a large business specializes in melee combat and drawing enemy attacks. Card is a unique warrior ability that works only when they are using a melee weapon. Charge to close the distance from the enemy and deal damage. Direction to charge. Enemy is in the direct path to charge. LR will attack them and give attack action afterwards. If he has not used one. But the charge can only be used with characters who are more. This character is using a melee weapon. Melee attack require the character Jason. Make melee attack. Melee attack hit automatically. But if dodge and parry that melee weapon can be used to parry it. All creatures. Dodge or parry. Damage dealt by melee weapon. Parameter.
My place is at the fore. Reduced to dust!
Hello. I don't want to do the charge.
At your beck and call.
What abilities and characters differ depending on the archetype? Back to characters.
I'll see to it personally.
Now, yes we can.
Let's make some opportunities. Another enemy down.
Hey. Oh, yeah. Well done, heretic. That heretic is no heretic at all. There.
Follow my lead.
Really just sorry. What do I want? So Heretic Cutthroat uses blast pistol. Shot. 6 energy damage to Heretic Cutthroat. 4 energy. Will not charge.
I took care of this one.
Okay, so that's
It's as good as done.
okay. Fair enough.
Just a minor setback.
So he is actually just this, like, poor shot. Companions can get hurt by your burst shots or area attacks. To avoid friendly fire, keep an eye on the trajectory of the shots in the area of effective area attack. See that, Pitpad? They even tell you. Like, they even tell you that you should be careful. What do you do?
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
You can advance the level of your character and companion. Failing in battle is exploring Chronos and completing quests as your experience point. Once you have accumulated enough to gain a level, each level gained offers your characters new progressive action range to lead. Companions gain new levels at the same time as your character, even if they are not included in the active party during your turn. Okay. Right, so we have level up.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
Right. Right, archetypes. Rank available. We have available. This archetype rank is possible to increase characters' skills. Higher the skill score, he varies the best person. So we can get commerce, we can get persuasion. Those are the coercion, we can get carouse, or we can or imperium. I don't think I need lore imperium. I think we're just gonna go for persuasion, right? We're already kind of concentrating on persuasion. We could go heavy into persuasion. We could go for commerce as well. Go for coercion. Go for carouse. negative effects applied by some poison stimulators. Like, it's either carouse or persuasion, I think. We're already doing kind of, like, we're already at 50 persuasion, right? So I feel that, like, carouse might be the way to go. I mean, coercion is also, like getting that bumped up to 55 is pretty nice. Like, I don't think commerce is like, yeah, I think it's either carouse or persuasion. We just double down. We just double down on what we already know how to do pretty well. I also feel that, like, carouse is like one of those that we might not be able to, like, bump them up that much. We'll go with persuasion. I think persuasion is like just one of those that like, it's always good to have somebody who's really good at persuasion. I think that's what we're right. Abelard, warrior. You're available. Carouse, athletics, coercion, affliction. We're not going Medicaid. Don't. You're pretty decent at carousing already. We'll go with athletics. Like the. Okay. Right. Defeated enemies have no further need for their former belongings, but you can discover valuable trophies among them. Check what is left. Items on the right side of the trophy collection window go to your inventory. Equipped by your characters. Items on the left are packed up as cargo and sent to the ship. Can later be used to trade with random factions. You can move trophies from one side of the window to the other by double clicking. Tracking them. Buttons at the bottom. Okay. So last pistol compared to the stubber revolver. Solid versus last. Stubber revolver has better damage, better armor penetration, better range, worse ammo. It reduces dodge chance though. The thing is that, like, are effective against targets in cover and targets that I don't. Oh, so its only firing mode is actually like the pistol burst. Like, you can't even do a pistol shot with it. Those we'll take the last pistol to inventory.
I'm at your service.
Have a change. There we go. Have a last.
I know how to take risks.
Box roll. Alright, and if anyone's wondering why I keep, like, looking over it, because, like, these sorts of games always have
a backup plan.
Some kind of hidden stuff, so I don't want to miss anything. Even at the tutorial level. We're at the Warrant Chamber at the moment, and then Navigator Sanctum. Here's a map overview of which consists of several parts between which you can travel. Some parts are not yet available, but over time your character will be able to access them. Right, so we go to the Navigator Sanctum. That's where we go. fact that there are wisps of purple things in the air, and like the illuminators are blinking. And
the Navigator's Sanctum is directly along the passageway. I pray to the God Emperor that we are not too late. Look no further.
No, not like that. Oh.
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
A moment before your whips around and gazes straight at your eyes. Alright, Miss Psyker.
Master, watch your head.
Don't be my enemy.
Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Okay.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valencius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
Entity in your consciousness shrinks and falls in deep walls, scraping against the walls of your mind. Presence is hiding. Diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are von Valencius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Here are a few clicks from the relays on the server stall, which has followed you all the way here. Theodora scrambled words in your way to a voice vaguely familiar. Officer's treatment. All who can hear me. Those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once. Prepare to launch a counter.
That settles right. Oh, Emperor's providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelstrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the Navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the Engineerium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our Master Cog, and the silence that followed.
Turning.
What? You don't mean the Engineer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's Sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Must see if the Navigator is well. By the way, just as a note, That wall is bleeding. Oh, and there's a mouth with teeth on it now. And a second one.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Kira has joined your party, which now consists of several characters. Select one character, select multiple, and drag a box. Select the entire party and issue press back. It would have also left a noticeable dent in my head. Quite likely. I'm gonna assume, yep, the light there is the open this door.
The Emperor is with us.
Vespiadis. Kira want to be behind cover. Cool. Adlard. Cell degradation. Wait. Crappy auto.
A tactically sound approach.
One fewer target.
And charge. Kira is a psychic and an operative. An operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses, respect their ability, damage, analyze enemies. An operative analyze and exploit all enemies within the operative site at the start of each of the operative turns. An operative can use specific enemies, like several. The higher the operative's intelligence bonus is, the more exploits action. Whenever the operative hits a target with an exploit applied to them, attack deals amount of extra damage depends on the target. Those weakness and operative ability which they use. Single enemy is under ability to reduce god carrying them. The amount of reduction depends on the number of critical hits. Kira is armed with a special staff that allows Cyclers to release psychic powers against them. In the future, you will encounter staves that only a Cycler versus a certain distance accomplished by Inferno, but the rare. Wonderful. Great. Unfriendly. Not area, but gentle. Combat. Weak. Gains up to 4 targets. Dealing with that hurt.
Cover me! What an unfortunate turn of
Brace
fate.
yourself.
Fortunately, we hit that. You can use a medkit to restore your party member. Battle to the in fact, if the character has a medkit equipped, I can lock. Nope, he is not in. Right. Or
But
warning.
of course.
You can use the hologram to dodge the effects of intended action in combat. Let's get on about hologram. Ability to use the attack. Played as a hologram also lets fight it. Don't need it.
We never stood a chance.
On it. I'll make it happen.
Victory is imminent.
Creature. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. Pink parchment-like skin stretched between the limbs that have many joints. Navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling. This exits through the 2 dark gill-like slits. The creature's eyes are shut, 2 ordinary eyes, as well as the third one. I believe Master Vespiadas Abelard flinches at the sight of the strange skin and the dark mark. Servants are dead. Chambers and the Emperor is still. All we have a chance of leaving. What is wrong? Gideon remains wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horrors that are forcing their skin and Navigator steers, barely able to lift his head and half the dark draw rolls under the closed lid of the third eye. Voices coming from the walking like the base of the car. Hear how the navigator You are in need of help. We have to get you out of that chair. Something the navigator's body crashing, lurching, falls back, thrust forward, cracking. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than this called petty. The mutant remains seated but leans as far forward as he can in layered raiment slowly. The gill slits burst open, forming 2 hideous screaming mouth-like. Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn. Idira shrieks in terror. It came from beyond. His body is not his. Their scream is echoed by the silent cries near your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator's coming paroxysm. Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meetings, each one a portent of salvation within me. The navigator continues to convulse violently, shrieking and cackling. Then his spit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black the dark ooze from under his third eyelid. Blood. Nose. Purplish swelling. Run! Flee from this place while I still have the strength. Words come out of the mouth. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. It cannot be done without the master helmsman. Navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now? Ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the master helmsman, if he's still alive. It's worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Ethelfrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. We must have her the call to arms and service. Theodora reaches her hand out towards the navigator, but pulls it back at the last moment. Vespiatus, good luck. And thank you. Navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids. Hawk's face appears, bellowing out. Static, interspersed with distant echoes. Here's dead. Light. One-handed. Sanctioned or unsanctioned victory. Scrappy article. Combat character. Different defensive weapons.
Is there money to be made?
No.
I always keep my options open. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Go. The officer. Oh boy! You definitely do not want to get stranded in the warp. Like, regardless of who you are. Like, not even the Chaos Cultists want to, I mean, the sane ones anyway, want to get stranded in the warp. Because they are still mortal. Demons will feast on them. Like, they will happily feast on them. Okay, we're apparently losing this.
It's all over for you.
And
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
Ah, yes. The resident. Badass. B-word. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and for a brief moment, it seems she's not going to stop, and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Lessus von Valencius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends who are twisted by smears of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I am no traitor, sister. You can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororita doing aboard a rogue trader ship? Your orders serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
What is happening on the officer?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
And so, we gain another member to the party. Right, so we are pretty much just going... Servo Skull from as related. There's the crew needs more powerful weapons for the coming battle. Maybe something suitable can be found on the officer. That, like... I don't think any, like... I don't think any of these other ones had, like, that sort of... Right. Good. Low capacity fuel tanks. Admiral cake. With all our well maintained stuff. No. You have received a new, more efficient weapon for your character. To upgrade your equipment, open the inventory. You can either hold, drag new items to it, or equipment on your carol, so do not forget Oh, got that. Top revolver. Go over. What about you? You do have a last pistol ready. You have an auto pistol and give you that stop revolver instead. I think we
I woke up with a feeling of wonder.
Did I mention that?
What advice?
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
that. Explosion blasted the hole through the door, large enough for a person to fit.
I always have a backup plan.
Heretics don't think the person is strong. Lordship.
Keep your wits about you.
Fine. Hey. Creative Trangan Victors, Maglev Impalers. Yep. Up for the cargo. Strong.
Is there money to be made?
So basically, had you just gone like, oh yeah, just go through the door, then you would have missed out on the cargo. In we go. Those are heretics. Why are they just standing there?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Getting louder.
Right. Okay, so Argenta and Adira are doing pretty well. I think Adira, we get to start there. We should be able to. Ooh, that cutthroat is a little bit heavy. Road. Argenta goes there. Here. That's done at a large parry. Am I gonna parry? Argenta is the warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas and a soldier. She's an expert with burst range weapons that deal damage to parry. Another of Argenta's ability in combat. Run and gun is a unique soldier ability. Using it grants the soldier extra movement points and reduces the cost of their next attack by -1 action. The soldier will also suffer a -10 penalty for their ballistic skill. Run and gun also allows the soldier to perform an attack with a ranged weapon, which is a handy tool if you attack with it. Turn. Revel in Slaughter is a soldier ability which can be used for each 3 enemies the soldier uses. Each activation of this ability increases the soldier's ballistic critical hit chance and damage. Effect stack lasts within combat. Certain types of weapons let you make burst attacks. Unlike single shots, burst fire requires you to select a direction rather than a specific target. Burst attacks are particularly effective against clusters of enemies. When performing a burst attack, the character fires several successive shots in different directions. Most of these shots are concentrated in the attack zone. Therefore, the more enemies there are in the center of this area, the more of them will be damaged. All shots fired after the first one are less accurate and have a higher chance of hitting. First shots can hit allies if they're standing in. Right, so we are Furious Recital. Grants momentum equal to 6. This ability also grants an additional 3 momentum for each enemy that is either in 5-cell radius around the sister's battle or was hit by it. Sister battle hits a demon or chaos cultist, the additional amount of momentum is up. Okay. Run and gun.
I'll do it.
For running and gunning. Which is there.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
You missed every shot. Probably. You know what?
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Warning. One creature. I think we are. Need to deal with those.
Will do.
For party. And I think I was hoping to at least kill like one of them.
Cleanses the body.
Warrior moves in a straight line. Does not count towards one. Wonder if he's gonna take a.
It will be done.
Oh, he more of them. God damn it. Reinforcements. Nice.
At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
Okay. On out of line. Dalen. Full and partial cover gives you the opportunity to avoid. Full cover indicates possible shield reduces 60%. Alright. Same time, chance to hit. Cover me. Right there.
Who if not me? Another enemy down. It's as good as done.
Right.
I'll see to it personally.
Put a Jared, we'll put Argenta onto put Argenta onto the event.
Guided by faith.
Ah, really?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Yes. Special combat resource required for using unique ability called heroic dispersion. mean, I'm not sure if momentum actually counts for anything.
It's nothing.
Damage there.
What is this foreboding?
Here.
My place is at the fort. One, you are target.
Nice. Fortunately,
I will do my duty.
oh, I could get there, but I couldn't actually. Okay. Oh. There.
I'll make it happen.
Dodged. Damn you.
Who, if not me?
Magenta does not have to switch to an auto pistol.
I'll do it.
Your side, remember?
A little bit of friendly fire there, but at least we got the cutthroat before he got to swing at anybody. Able to pierce through enemies and deal damage not only to them, but also the character standing behind them. The armor penetration parameter is found on most weapons to affect how much damage the target takes, as well as determines the chance of penetration. Some weapons have the over penetration parameter, which depends on the type of weapon, the value of the weapon armor penetration parameter, and the character's talent. In case of over penetration, standing behind the target is wonderful. Anyway. Switch back to the bolter. There.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Was beacon.
Oh, got it. Oh, well done.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Oh, I mean, they're shooting.
Follow my lead. I took care of this one.
Got it, Lord.
Indeed.
Well, at least we got into.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury!
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
There we go. Oh, that must be the can't be. Jack Ripple of one violation foot.
I always keep my options open. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Open a jammed door. Character with the highest tech use. Test fails, door will remove. Their bad result. Permanently.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Character is about to make tech use. Dialogue and during exploration, you will often make ultimate. Hidden dialogue options here or skill. Success of the test is determined by 9. Each skill test has a difficulty of 100. Negative value. Roll a value less than the sum of hidden values. You're attempting a test with this. The higher a character skill score. Test. Core skill. Level up 24. On the spines of the books. The library contains works on imperial theology, law codices, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts in Corona
Right. Keep your wits about you.
We have opened a door into this goods. Going to Purity Steel Vax, plus 4, Catechism. This Melt a Charge, Operator's Gloves. Those? Right, let's put those on our hands, because we get a +3 bonus to tech use, and I don't think there's anyone who's better than me tech use. Let's actually check. What about you? Tech use 30. Okay. Argenta, tech use 30. Adelard, tech use 30. Alright, cool. I have more. Thankfully, if the tech use fails, then we can probably blow this thing open with demolition.
I better myself through myself.
Or that idea. We could have. Like I figured that, you know, we'd actually get like, because it said tech use like 60% or something before. Anyway, we have a level up apparently. Right. Old injury. Right. Archetypes. Officer. Bring it down then. Immediately grants an ally an extra turn with action points equal to full movement. Ally is under the voice of command and kills an enemy before the end of the officer's turn. The ally gains 1 time an additional 2 times the officer's fellowship bonus. Okay. That. Cool. Warrior gets, until the warrior's next turn, all incoming damage is reduced by toughness bonus, and the warrior grants toughness bonus. Is operative, also a psych. Get those weakness. Right, I'm gonna assume that like we have to take an operative level here rather than upgrading her psychic abilities. It's like a thing to do, and her she gets Revel in Slaughter. Immediately removes winded effect. At the end of combat, the soldier gains the following bonuses: +10 ballistic skill, 5 plus 2 times the Agi bonus to critical damage, and Agi bonus available after soldier clear enemies. Moving on.
This is intriguing.
Goods here. Other multi. Fighting going on. Yes,
I always have a backup plan.
Oh. Goods. Cargo. Use.
I always get the job done.
Helmet. Armor. I mean, it covers my glorious hair, but Fallen Steel has blocked defensive lifts. So there is like just one way to go, but there was good. Go. Somebody just walked through them. Roar of flame rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you fucking gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the heat, blinding your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the region of fire. You're surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. Then you see the figure walking out of the room. Theodora von Valencia. Expression is calm, terrifyingly so, for someone whose body is engulfed in burns. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other is raised to you. Are you lost? Indica is still an apparition. Sorcerer's apparition. Treachery of the war. You will lower your weapon. Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He's staring at the rope. You notice a muscle threatening the Lord Captain of the rage. This is impossible. I doubt you're aware of the limits of what is possible. Your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share this power together. Theodora watches you without blinking. Snake-like gaze almost fire, searing, leaving burning. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, give you a weapon so that you may regret it. Your mouth becomes sullen. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind, pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. That answer can be nothing. Do not listen to this abomination. There is naught but his light in your heart. If you're resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises, nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their souls. To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this burn. People. Adelard looks back at the coffin. Alas, survivors from the middle decks. You must help the crew. Lead them out. Find a way around. Over the roaring flames you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted as if there were a body of water. So this is, I believe, this is going to be our introduction to the, sort of morality system with Argenta being the Imperialis, Adelard being the Nobilis, and then we have the Hereticus. And we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edda. Yadira breaks off and starts talking about her knees buckle and she looks like it. What are we waiting for? Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect your convictions. This can develop in three different directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretic. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their conviction, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to dialogue, abilities, and also reaches the attitude of the character. Also, some items can only be equipped by character with certain convictions. When one of their convictions branches or reaches rank 3, votary, it becomes the character's focus. When that happens, the other 2 conviction branches cannot be raised above rank adherent. The character's allies have convictions of their own as well. Get the people off the bridge. I will not leave my people in harm's way. You look away, and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn. The voices of the people beyond the shroud of smoke grow stronger. And hopefully, once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors. In your determination, you completely forget about Theodora. And when you turn your head, you see nothing but bellowing fire. The Emperor.
Where did it go? The thing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
Nice. I'm glad that we're all friends. Crash the platform.
Never doubt me.
I thought that was going to be a crash the platform on top of the heretic cutthroats instead of crash the platform to get to the other side. But I mean, that works. That works. I wish it had killed the heretic as well.
Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak. Without us.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
Reasonable.
Keep your wits about you.
All that.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
That's
I always have a backup plan.
Wow. Can't get past the little barrier, can we? Alright. Go.
Is there money to be made?
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Cargo in.
What a peculiar thing.
Not serve a state generator machine full time. You think
Let us not dawdle.
Lex mechanic goggles. Lex mechanic is get some like mechanic goggles. Lard can have a helmet. Alright. Really unstable. Oh boy. I do definitely look. Theodore one. Wonder. On and on and on. Big characters of turning. Item. Yeah, that's pretty cool having.
I always keep my options open.
Oh, that's the Lord Militant. That like a dead rogue trader to me. This helmet for the devoted protector requires dogmatic. Helmet grants for immune to enemy critical hits. Okay, that's the item. Pretty sure you.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Bizarre fragment hung on the light, smooth surface is dotted with dark spots.
Keep your wits about you.
I feel that it's a little gaudy to just have a portrait, like portrait of himself. No, it's not because what's this? Rogue Trader's Cloak. Plus right for each enemy. Theodora's Rosary. Wearer of this amulet. Plus 10 bonus to commerce. Period. I would like one as well. Please hold. Color organ. Murder scene looks like Theodore of one Valentia's body sprawled on a large blood-red deck. Archmilitant's corpse still clutching a weapon.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
I doubt it. Voidsphere wished humiliation and suffering, Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last.
The thing is that, like, she's sitting on her chair, right? Like, that doesn't happen in the, like, she doesn't just sit on her chair behind her desk and composed like that in the heat of battle. Like, Mort would have certainly attempted to intervene, but I think this was I think I know. Like, I have my guess.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
We will examine Theodora's body. Cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot. An extraordinary, accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise. No. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-spattered parchment rolls across the desk. Come down for a moment. What is this? George glass. Inspect the shard. Difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor. That is as much as certain. Upon closer examination, the shard appears to be iridescent, completely translucent. Examine the arch. Auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's spraying the floor and the furniture off blood brain matter and charged it. Safety started weapon call. Killer. The second. Boards, counts, dispatches, you go over the scrolls until they stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. Handwritten letters signed. Deal with fate. Story period. The author of this letter, addressed to Theodora Relation, signed it seal of one of the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition. Oh boy, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, casinos, their enemies. Idira, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Tainted witchcraft.
Would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer with her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require...
Yes. The crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
I mean, there's this one thing. There's this one thing that just sort of what I just sort of realized. Auto pistol shots. Surprise. Mort being outmatched in in marksmanship speed. And she was calling for the sister. And Argenta has an auto pistol as her secondary weapon. And if there's nothing else that we know about Argenta, she's a very good shot. So my initial suspect was, you know, the other heir. And I mean, he could still be the killer. But think about it. She has, like, so there is a letter bearing the seal of the Inquisition. And the Sisters of Battle often work for the Inquisition because, well, the Inquisition works closely with the Ecclesia. And the Sisters of Battle are the military arm of the Ecclesiarchy. Therefore, Sisters often work alongside Inquisitors. Especially those of the Hereticus, the ones like heretics and traitors. She, the rogue traitor, that is, was also holding on to some kind of object that was tainted. Like Idira said so herself. So, Argenta, a devout battle sister, probably was the carrier of whatever dispatch, whatever letter from the Inquisition arrived. And then she presented the letter to the rogue trader. The rogue trader, for whatever reason, brought out an item that was tainted, or had an item that was tainted nearby, and then was surprised when she got shot by an extremely accurate shot, and a single shot at that. And then Mort, the arch-militant from a death world, had the safety off his gun, but whoever the assassin was just a split second better. Whether or not it could well be that the Inquisitional parchment letter or whatever was an order of execution, as in the rogue trader had been ordered to be executed, or perhaps it was that the Inquisition was wanted to seize whatever foul artifact it was from the rogue trader, and for that purpose she needed to be limited. I think that is my working theory, is that the culprit, the one who murdered rogue trader and Mort, is Argenta.
You will die screaming! To arms!
I will level you!
We actually just have the heavily damaged. God, that 3 heretic cutthroats are less. Adelard gets it. your light and medium armor protects characters from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available at the moment. The armor stat indicates what percentage of incoming damage is absorbed. Type of armor also influences the chance the character is wearing it with a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the larger chance it is to dodge an enemy attack. Characters in lighter armor dodge attacks more often, but take more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage if the character is hit, but reduces their mobility and ability to dodge. No. Starts with brace for impact.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Victory is imminent.
Immediately grants an ally extra turn with action points equal to 2. Noble assigns 1 out. Anytime noble. Anytime the servant attacks a target that a noble deals damage to last turn, the servant gains. Nice. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make Abelard a servant. Then
On it.
and I just missed entirely. Okay. That's all.
I'll make it happen.
Get to Abelard.
It will be done. Grey hair, sure hair.
Will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. Icon next to an enemy's portrait is against their other. Alright. Argenta.
Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands. He's a prayer.
Hey, she actually did a blunder. Put that on that line.
On it. anything else.
Target well struck.
Get a better understanding of what's inspired in combat by checking the line. Right, so what we're gonna do.
I will do.
Charge.
An exemplary strike.
Rightio.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
Calculate
It's as good as done.
Another swing.
Indeed. Target well struck.
I mean, this time we actually cut.
I'll see to it personally.
Put our
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Right.
Will do.
Hooray. Another level up. Okay, so either get Finest Hour as an ally an extra turn with full AP during the turn, there's no attack limit. Or we have an available talent from a long list of stuff. Oh boy. Right. This is the one that allows the noble to swap the character. Servant kills the target that the noble dealt damage to last turn. Noble gains action point. Noble servant gains +2 movement once every turn. The noble and the servant are adjacent to each other at the start of the noble's turn. They both gain temporary wounds equal to the servant's toughness bonus or noble fellowship. Alright, that's pretty good. Especially early on. If a noble uses an ability on their servant, the servant gains +1 AP next turn. Not stacked. Okay, seems reasonable. Steel of the Forge, which is like we don't want to take this because it's not yet. Armor, can we get proficiency? Heavy armor proficiency requires strength of 45. That means get a commanding voice. Range of the officers is 3. Range of voice of command is 6. Officer's resolve is increased by +3. Blood of Martyrs. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act. Okay. Focus. Whenever the officer uses an ability on an ally, that ally gains a bonus to their perception and ballistic skill equal to the fellowship bonus. Stack, but half of the stacks went up are lost at the end. Fire Courage. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in the round, that ally gains a willpower bonus to temporary wounds. Personal Oversight. Whenever an officer targets an ally with an action, the ally's resolve is increased by +1 until the end of this effect stacks and is prolonged until the end of the officer's next turn each time it's stacked. Cannot be prolonged past the officer. Physical Encouragement. Start the turn adjacent to the officer. They gain additional movement point. Iron Discipline. Gain a bonus to all resistance tests. More than possible. A target of Bring It Down gains +1 AP. They finish their extra turn using this 0 AP. Extra. Whenever the officer makes an attack, they gain combat. Example. And with next officer arc. There's shitloads of things to choose from. Allies under the initiative. Bring this. Yeah, this is like one of the talents. Like, we're often gonna be outnumbered. LA superiority is there are enemies next to you. But also, this just counts. Oh, never mind. Get both of them. Okay, we just get both of them. Cool. I thought I had to choose. Fair enough. Headmaster. Check you. Weapon range. Fervent. Let's. I think. I guess will make us tougher. We're gonna be in the heat of it anyway. That's what. Fortunately, that doesn't. Warrior gets fully restored PPM. No limit on it. Tactic. Start of their turn. Oh. Page. Oh, there are so many choices. Many choices. Then we're combat master. Battle artist. Operative immediately infiltrate. Combat makes attack again. Oh, and then we get a talent as well. Target. 10 capture. Ninth successful dodge and or parry, but expected downfall. Parry enemy. 7 times fire rating. Attacker uses divination cycle. Not an unnatural alarm. Ally suffers critical hit. Normal hit. Pretty baller. Enemies that have taken damage from the Psyker at least once suffer a -20 penalty to full resistance. Combat. Every time the Psyker deals half as much. Gain chance. Ready to serve. Three Pearls of the Warp increase. Titan. Force reality. Damaging psychic power will be threatened by uproar. Undamaged. Psyker is not in the target's line of sight, or the Psyker is total stabilizing factor. Psychic barrage. There are so many choices here. So many choices. Let's see. Psychic barrage, stabilizing factor. Plus, she's an unsanctioned. You know what? We'll just go the safe route. Take stable. We'll go for horror. Go for psychic work. Alright, and then Argenta. Firearm. Ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to weapons rate. Weapon attack. Attacks do not. First attack again. Hit immediately. Oh boy. Rapid reload. Reloading cost. Baby. Less. First reload. The soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies. Attack. Point blank. Budges. First hit over first attack deals enough bullets for everyone. Oh, there is. Soldier against the following goal. Critical damage. You know what? We'll just take. Better to die for the. Allies can't have. All enemies infect for him. Charge. All demons. Boti and their allies in the area of effect of Warhammer title gain Botis with our opponent. Single shots and attacks over. Faith, the Boti gain 4 times our opponent. Our opponent. Any enemy. Cleansing. Ally of flame and melt. Emperor protects us just. Our chance to. I would leave. No heresy. Enos or demonic. You know what? It feels right for her to. Right. What's that? Grace of the Oblivious. Arrogance. +5 intelligence. Who? Their intelligence is less than 30. Intelligence 40 doesn't apply to me. 30. Get to the Void Ship Bridge. Off we go. Oh boy. And pandemonium. Still some bridge on there's actually live here. Right,
I'll learn from this mistake. Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Oh, there's Ethelred. Here's our resident.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Ethelred was clutching and bleeding wound. Yes. We like to change it. If there's any honor in you, at least die with dignity for life. Lord Captain. Not be joined. No matter what ritual Conrad is performing, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp bringing. This is the end. First. Forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat. Take 100 words clearly. Bridge. Broken blade, he's holding stained with dark drops that seem to cover the careless. We're out of time. Voidgear, you duplicitous cur, the rogue trader's death will be avenged.
ritual won't be finished, heretic!
I will deliver furious retribution.
Use unique abilities called heroic acts or desperate measures. Momentum is required. Depending on the actions of your party, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. High momentum value allows characters to use heroic acts. Heroic can only be used if the party's momentum time is 75 or higher. The first use of heroic is no max out 75 momentum. Each subsequent it can only use either a heroic or a desperate. Low value grants access to desperate. Both abilities completely change the course of battle, but every party member can either use one or the other. How are we looking on Overseer with one of our either Heretic Cutthroat here, True Officer, Cutthroat, and Chaos One, 140. Chaos Spawn doesn't have a Deck Enforcer. Hopefully. Fine. Heretic Cutthroat over there. Bridge up. Zero gets to go there. Adelard has to. Adelard will have to. There. Iconic. Okay, where'd it go? What? None of them appear to be under any kind of influence.
I'll make it happen. Who if not me?
And
I know what is to come. Was it you? Or... Will do.
rid of one of the riffraff. That's not great though. Right.
It will be done.
challenge.
A tactically sound approach.
Just go and challenge.
At your beck and call.
Derek immediately restores all AP. Okay. Just like
I will do my best.
okay. What just happened? What just happened? Oh. Hold on. Chaos spawn. The Chaos spawn devoured.
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
I'm in range.
That was it. So basically, Metal Arts fine on Magenta. We need to kill that hurt.
I'll do it.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Damn it.
Oh.
Eradicated.
There we go. Eradicate both.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Ooh. Oh. He can actually reach Argent. That's like reach. Right. So we killed all of the heretics. Right? Killed all of the heretics.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
I'll do it.
On it.
Okay, we just keep on missing them, I guess. That's not great. A little bit of that. Okay. Target dodge carry.
Anything is.
Weakness.
But of course.
Pose weakness.
Cover me.
Go. There.
At your beck and call.
get your hands in there.
It will be done.
Sure.
High momentum.
Soldier gains the ability to cover extra protection. Strength fire. Uses bonus protection. Get a.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. Doubt is for the weak is why I was chosen.
And a. God damn it, Argenta.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
That. There you go.
Me.
Abelard. Sorry, I've been protected. Nice, nice. Getting pretty good damage in there.
I'll see to it personally.
Yeah.
I will do as I give.
I'll make it happen.
Sure.
High momentum.
Was that you? Or anything else?
Like. Alright, Adelard, can you put him down? Can you put him down? Yes, you could. One. Right. We have defeated, but we now need to find. What is this? Blade shard. Blade made from mysterious metal to shimmer colors. Gloves of endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves gets an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain +1. Mantle of heroism. Requires iconoclast. Follower. Each heroic act used in battle increases. You are iconoclast. What? This with gloves of endurance. Throw that out. Like. Anything. On deck. One. We won. Yes. Crew officer. Prefer protect.
Is there money to be made? I always keep my options open.
Yeah.
Master Helm. System status report. Master Helmsman report. Why the Emperor? Senator. Living and breathing. Oh, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with fall wicked green wheels, quickly springing up witch. Oh. How did you people survive it? Must have been Providence. Better have been the Emperor's, not someone else. They barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers. Some officers charged them. It wasn't even a fight. Grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitator, afraid for a rescue. You need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's sanctuary. Our only chance of escaping is war. Burst in to knock the officer out of their terror on you, supposed to be twisted in hand. Hear someone sobbing while the survivors walk up. Abelard coughs the crying off. Puffs, as in, but sort of walks channel to the Navigator's sanctuary. Ready to crew. Prepare for translation of real space. May call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. The only one who speaks for House von Valente may not be the Lord Captain, you, or anyone else who take your place in the ritual that is what must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officer. Ah, blasted old boy. Translation is a craft, not something to explain in a tick. Go off the throw message. These people are about to do the impossible. At least service solace is seeing a figure sitting. Please hurry. Every second we waste. Okay. I was 100% sure that there were like goods somewhere out there. Well, we found the master. There had to be. I'm pretty sure that there had to be. Yeah, at least the like the Lord Captain's throne is. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerer's current, invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing. It's taken on the guise of Theodora. The false rogue trader's eyes reveal the Emperor's real nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other invests in ancient lore of insight. Voice seeps directly into your brain, ever-reaching Korea. Voice is who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not yours? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links ready to shatter at the slightest thought. Muddled, erratic, pointless act. It resonates and merges with voices that have already docked their foul roots in your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are mystery and manifestation of the all the final stage. I'm saving my people. Do your worst, but you cannot stop me. That a long, shrill, overwhelming sound that is only loud. Lead them, Lord. Guide them, persuade them, force them to walk your path. You will need followers. Destiny is your day. Your head begins to spin and vicious drops glitter down your cheeks. Blink. No longer a little. Greater voice, just as fluid and powerful as the previous emperor. Same purified. The aspirant vowed to return to the throne, a relic that could serve the edge of the date. That fate was assured and the step was chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the iron world, I see you by my side. My resurrection. The image is scattered by invisible sources of winds. See, Idira, her eyes aglow with the same system play. Her image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies. Today, I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chance. A thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. A thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. Thread that will guide you and the weapon of our burn. Cavalcade of hazy glimpses of the future, yet unknown messages arrive. Flash of The image is replaced with withering violence and the latest scope without ever letting it get a proper look. Through the rippling mirage, we see a twisted image of Avalon, so sinister. The path is set, shut till the dawn. Red as wool. Follow. The bird turns around and looks up at you, hesitates for a moment. Seneschal, the navigator's sanction is silent. His walk signal is stable. Means. The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Benevolentia flagship. We'll honor his memory. That of all. So tell us now, who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. And through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Oh, they didn't change the... they didn't make an alternative for this cutscene, I guess. We weren't using that type of vessel, we were using something else. Right. So one of the first things that we probably need to do is we need to find and recruit ourselves a new navigator, because without a navigator, we're a ship that's not going to go very far. But I believe we have gotten through the prologue. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Adelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe, frowns, mutters something that... Then, your lordship? You cannot help but notice that the seneschal does not know how to talk to you, where to begin. Hesitation brings him to the voluntary structure, though someone else entirely floating up. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. Many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first. Sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by deputies, while others go unfilled entirely. Now the deck planners are deciding who will take over the leader. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for, and where they could be found. It is unsurprising, given that their informant board was their own master of business. What is the agenda for this week? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly can take gargantuan effort, even so far as me personally negotiating with the authorities in the system currently in. Prepared to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from me. They, in turn, will have the honor of holding the visage of the Lord Captain. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voidster? No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. The people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. Frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officer. Found a consumable item. Grenades, stimulants, medkits, other consumables can be placed in quick action. Dozen pair of eyes bored to you. The expressions reveal restraint, joy, curiosity. Very. Attention, officers. You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Alessio Valencia will personally conduct today's briefing. Most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear you. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Lord. As you wish, your Lord. Once a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Ota of the Ptoleman line, our new locksmith. It is an honor to serve your lordship. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I'm responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Besides her is Ravor, the master helmsman. He steers his ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us, to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid or a pirate trap. Bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. Die before I let her come to anything. Lastly, our High Factotum Janris Danrock oversees supplies, procurement, and general material well-being of the ship. High Factotum Generous Danrock, dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It's an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. The second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Furnace Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drive Master, servant of the Omnissiah. You know, the Infernus Master kind of doesn't sound like a firefighter to me, but 3 officers salute. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance involving the complicated manipulation of all of the tech resources. That everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the One Valentia's Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and her dreadful experience of treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. Wonderful. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They're here to make a record of the proceedings. I wish to hear Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. Faisal Null, a tall young man, bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment, in terms of material losses and crew casualties, has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factor. The post passed to him after previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Remarks in a low voice, which referred. Lad is managing well so far. Take the heat. High Factorum, what have you to report? We're toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into Techri's hands for attention and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykard Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system, in fact, belongs to the Winterscale rogue trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the government. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the rogue trader. Crew losses suffered during the culture can be run. Especially true given Caligal's Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governor. Drive Master, I will hear from you now. Voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the Technics Scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed. But its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. Great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, Overseer, and spiritual authority of all Techries on board fell in battle. Magas was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. Most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magas. We require a replacement as soon as possible. D. Thank you. Dira Talar. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. Cut long story short, the outlook is bleak. Ship's sound, more or less. Without our Engineer Prime and Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we tried to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what will happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject. When we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. I've located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck. True blessing. God, the Navis Nobilite being the navigator mutant sort of organization that trains and produces the navigators for the use of the entire Imperium. Very wealthy, very prestigious, and yet also somewhat distant from the rest of the Imperium because they know that they're mutants. Like, the people consider them mutants, and most people don't like mutants, so there's fear and awe, and they kind of consider themselves superior to regular humans. That's why they're the Navis Nobility. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. Understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation of real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies. Today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chance. A thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. A thread that will help you. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. Slightly less shitty news. We can go around and around the system till our heads are swimming, as so long as the Prometheum and supplies last. If any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't worry on that. Alright, last but not least. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? Ashar Lomo. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. Just ask anyone. We've got no able crew. No Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. Ship's in ruins. Every second officer's dead. Now we got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where. Silence! The bridge's magnificent glass panes tremble under the force at Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer. Okay, I don't care about the... What? Only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces. That's not bad at all. Your Lordship, you humbly apologize on behalf of the Emperor. What would you have us do with the Master Lord? Former Master Lord. Besides find a replacement for this one. Already have one lined up. Execute him on the spot if we want to become more dogmatic. Moment of weakness from a man. That's he's not an experienced master. That's the thing. I think we're just gonna be with the iconic. Stand down. Release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness. Not after the terrible attack we had. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. He faces the picture of shock. It just happens dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of his fate is so narrowly escaped. Summarize. We have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new engineer prime and navigator. All that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station. Home to the only dry dock in the sector. Oof. We will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. Footfall. Massive void port on the edge of the world is notorious hotbed of space. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Voxmaster on this one, Mr. Stolleman. We are in the Owlcat star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in the system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced astounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer. It seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system. And Owlcat Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostility. Sensor technology allows void ships to scan planets, spot enemies, obtain various... Essentially, radar, but, you know, the 40k universe. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite Station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your reports. Missed. Your Lordship, there's one other thing. Confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. Perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. And I shall tell you, the Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, chief architect of his will, is Cronus Expector. I would be honored to fulfill the Inquisition. Came across a strange handwritten one. Was signed. Came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed X, referring to the contents of that note. Yes, quite right. X. Xavier. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Hendrix von Calax, and interrogate him. All I know is that he's somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Football and the Bribundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. Authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Owlcat Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your Lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the one Valacious protector. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of troubles. His face softens slightly, and it seems, but offers some words of encouragement. And our other part. Idira, Mr. Agenda, explaining. Psyker is suffering some ailment, dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time. Idira's glazed eyes rove over those. One word burst from April. Idira, come to your senses. Damn it! Your Lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard, my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. April. Maybe it's dawn. And it's ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mr. Splash? No. Not yet, anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from your response. Like this bitterness refreshing. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. Time to get to work. Right. I think that is where we're gonna end our streaming session. It's been a long road to get here. And, a lot to learn about this game. But I've had fun so far, and looking very promising in the sense that, like, it's looking very intriguing. But, as I always say, thank you for watching, and good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, whatever happens to be the time of day. And hopefully I'll see you on the next one.